You guys know what that means. Tourney registration is open for weekend tournament European number 105. We'll be still warming up the PC. I'm not quite ready to cast yet, but Tourney Reg is open, and we will be in there shortly. Had a fantastic evening last night. I do, if you're European, I do hope you go back and rewatch the VOD of the Mechabellum Mini Masters. It's the last 4 hours of last night's stream. So, fantastic play. Welcome home, gamer, and welcome back to Mechabellum, where we are here for Weekend Tournament European number 105. Coming up in about 11 minutes. We've already got 96 registrants. Missing a bunch of the big names, but I see the Magician is in, Godius Prime, I Am Znart, Rakamakathon, a bunch of names we recognize. Hey, if we registered, we'd very briefly show up on the top screen. Oh, not anymore. Where are we? There we are. 1779, right in underneath. You know, I have said I kind of look at Rakamakathon as the where we're to Amarok finish for this tournament. Here is why. Here's why. It's also because we play each other very, very close. So, I am surprised that we have a Pooper Trooper and a Legend Diarrhea, but, you know, c'est la vie. Illuminati, Nightcrawler, Fleet Command, Shadoff, the top seeds right now. 3 above 2,000 at the moment. Wanted to call out a milestone we hit last night. We had more than 1,000 viewers for last night's stream. So really appreciate the number of people who came in and checked us out. So 9.5 hours, and 4 hours of that was the Mecha Mini Masters. That was a amazing tournament. Really, really had a blast with it. Big shout out to Clint Leetwood for both for organizing that, being the originator of the driver of the original organizer, and then also gave out 5 community subs at the end of the stream, which I do deeply appreciate. Folks who gift subs, you guys really do keep us on the air, as well as those of you who subscribe. But anybody who missed it, those went out to By Norway Boy, Flack SOS 80, Evgeny MSC, Sol Nunez, and Call Me Starbuck. So congratulations to you 5. Some baller. Actually, it has been pretty short. I'm only just awake. That tournament went. Tournament went long first, and then I was super pumped from it. So, hello, Sir Limbo. Welcome in. Dang, power lifters. Yup. 8 minutes to go, folks. So, time to make your pot of tea if you're British. Time to have your coffee. Get ready if you're American. Sir Limbo, you're definitely going to want to go back and watch the last 4 hours of yesterday's VOD. I think you should really enjoy it, and of course you can skip the parts where there's nothing happening or whatever. But I think it was really impressive. Joining me in the booth today, and I hear a little cough there, indicating that he might be here, is, well, spoilers. Spoiler alert. Is our Mecha Mini Masters champion, Alpha Titan. Good morning, sir. How are you feeling?
I'm good. It was a lot of fun. Oh my gosh. And the only thing that could make it better is getting to follow it up with some co-casting with my favorite streamer.
Oh, thank you very much, brother. Well, congratulations. Well deserved. That was quite a run last night, and I was thinking about it this morning. Maybe we'll talk about it a little bit more when we're in the middle of the tourney and have a bigger audience. But got some more other thoughts to add to the commentary that we had last night. So.
Fair enough. So yeah, hey chat, glad to be here. Super excited to do some casting and see what everybody has in store. Yeah, honestly, just really proud of the performance yesterday. Really hard fought, really good games, diverse games too. I was talking to Athonix a little bit, and I realized I actually didn't win any game the same way.
Yes, that was
out of all of the wins that I did, not a single one was the same. And I had some wild games too.
That was actually what I was going to comment. I was going to save that comment for a little bit later, but yes, exactly. It was so varied. I mean, you really showed a deep repertoire of possible strategies, and that was what I think was the most impressive to me. Again, congratulations.
Appreciate it.
I still think just the way you're playing right now, you should ditch casting and enter this tourney. I should expect a 7-0 run.
Oh my goodness.
Just no, hands down. But maybe tonight. If I understand, you've only both of us have only relatively just woken up, so
yes.
And just so the audience knows, we will not be playing the 2v2s tomorrow. It's Mother's Day. We've kind of both got stuff.
Right.
Yeah. So, as you guys might understand, that's probably going to be a little bit lower attended, perhaps. I mean, it's not necessarily Mother's Day in every country, right? It's only Mother's Day in the U.S. Or is that? It's like
It's a UK thing too, I think.
yeah, but isn't the UK thing on a different day?
That's right. Oh my gosh, I was actually watching some streamer, I forget who now, way back, but they were talking about how Mother's Day was quote unquote tomorrow, and I was like, what?
Yeah, no, it's back in
And then I
March.
started to panic. Yes, and then I realized, oh wait, it's not, but it is.
Yeah.
Because it was a different day.
Yep. You've got Finland has a Mother's Day. Okay, well, I didn't know. So you guys have Mother's Day tomorrow as well. This is not just
not
us.
exclusively American, but not international.
Well, I mean international, yes, if it's Finland,
like it's not
but
global.
like it's
That's
not
what I meant
global.
to
Yeah.
say. All right.
3 minutes to go. We've run our pre-match ads.
I should probably pull up the game, shouldn't I? So that way I can also be spectating and controlling the camera.
If you like. If you like. No biggie. Take your time.
Accidentally clicks ready up.
Right. That's kind of what I'm thinking. If you do, we're just going to go in and co-cast your first match. So. I was so pumped last night after that cast. Like, I mean, you know, I'm up and focused for the cast, but then I was just like, the way that it ended was so exhilarating. And
yes, it was.
And I was literally up until 3 a.m. last night. I could not sleep after that. I was so pumped. So, I tried. We sat and chat off the air for a while, and I was like, okay, I'm going away. I'm going to bed. Like, no. Those lies. Exactly. Nope. I mean, there was a bed. There was just no sleeping in it. Dorgon, welcome in. Good evening and happy casting to you as well. Sir Limbo says, shotgun on the cast. Fair enough. Welcome in, Guy of the Mighty. Mother's Day, the 30th of March. Excellent. Kiddo is, for the very first time ever, motivated to clean their room. Never seen this before.
What?
I know. He said it's like a secret. But yeah, because we said we connected it to getting the rats. So Kiddo was like, okay, if the room is clean, I get rats. I am cleaning this gosh darn room. Good luck, everyone. Welcome home, River. Good luck, everyone. Good luck, everyone. Good luck, everyone. May the cards be ever on your side. Love it.
Very nice.
I love it. Red Scarab says, sorry I left you hanging there, baller.
All right. So maybe the list just hasn't updated, but I feel like we're not seeing quite as dense a packing of some of the typical names for the European.
Yeah, I haven't gotten an updated list, but there are 255, 256, which is exactly 2 groups of 128. If we get one more registrant, unfortunately, we're gonna have like 3 groups, which is kind of sad. Now we have 258, so it's 3 smaller groups. Welcome home, Dachshund. Titan's mic still crackles a bit. Yep, it's true. It's the doesn't quite have the pro quality casting equipment yet, but you just earned a big prize pool, so maybe that can go into this, or some of it can get reinvested.
Hopefully this is better, but I would actually look into potentially putting some of that into a better mic and headphone just in general.
That would be awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. Welcome to Weekend Tournament European 105. With me in the booth, our defending Mecha Mini Masters champion, Alpha Titan. Thank you very much for the raid, Dillo. That's amazing.
Perfect timing.
Much
Welcome in, everyone.
appreciated. Let us see what matches we've got. I am kind of thinking, who is? We could take Fleet Command against a Billy streamer if you like. Apuchi against D Unit, or the other one that stood out was Red Scare, Demandrid, or Shadoff and Fort Build. Thoughts?
Um,
Have a preference there?
let's do Shadoff and Fort Build. They're both really solid.
Yep.
Fort Build is a good streamer. Could be a very interesting match, and I don't know that both of them are going to both make it to finals. So now's a good time to get a
Right,
peek
it
at them
is.
both.
It is. Came just in time for the awesome intro. Reven says, wait, what in the what? I started my part tourney with Ebi. Well, there you go. Thank you very much for the raid, Dillo. He says, 4:30 a.m., time for sleep. Have an awesome stream. Much appreciated. And, Kamos, you're welcome, man. We love casting the tournament. It's something Titan and I both look forward to. So, this is
a labor of love. We wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Yeah, I have literally cast every EU tournament except one, which was the one that we went to skiing with Kiddo and
right.
That was the one we missed. I've cast every other EU tournament since number 25.
Dedicated.
Welcome to round 1, where we have Shadoff versus Fort Build, two very solid players. And obviously only one of them can go through unbeaten, so we're going to cast them both right now. Shadoff, near side blue, with the red-haired Fire Badger Specialist, a Steel Ball and Fang opening. We'll see if he's playing it aggressively. Fort Build on the far side, Supply Specialist, with Sledgehammer and Marksman. Marksman, a pretty solid start into the Steel Balls. Obviously a level 2 Marksman one-shots them. 2 Marksman, well, 1 Marksman would take 2 shots to kill a Steel Ball. At the start here.
Yes. Looking at it, I'm curious to see. I almost expect any Marksman start is going to either be standard or running Assman on the bar, because unless you happen to have Tarantulas as the possibility. Because Phoenix is such a strong unit right now that the speed and the damage is so important if you're aggroing.
Here is an interesting start. Shadoff is going to commit to the Fire Badgers. So instead of taking 2 deploys on round 1, he takes 1 deploy. He's got 1 deploy left. Puts a Fire Badger in front of the Steel Balls. So a lot of folks would do a Steel Ball Mustang start. He's on to Steel Ball and Fire Badger. Just going to commit to that as his chaff clear right from round 1. So already something new and spicy. Let's go.
Very nice. And Fire Badger is honestly very strong right now, particularly with the Specialist. The extra 10 range is huge.
Yeah, 10 range.
The biggest risk of running that though in aggro is that it's very easy to light yourself on fire with oil from the defender, so that can be a double-edged sword.
True enough, but the percentage-wise, that the increase from 60 meters to 70 meters is tremendous, right? 1/6.
Right. Yeah. When you're the shorter your range, the more valuable a linear increase is.
Yeah, 17% increase on range, and even a 10% increase at the going from 100 to 110.
And Badger damage is can scary sneak up on you with even just a couple of levels. Badgers are no joke.
Right, and so kind of like Hounds, getting them out on the board on round 1 versus getting them out on the board on round 3 is a huge difference. And I wonder if we're going to see that in play here.
They definitely put in their work. I will say they did some strange pushing with Steel Balls behind them. They kind of got squeezed backwards almost.
Yeah, they made room for the Steel Balls to go through. I've seen that with Hounds and Sledges also. The Sledges will get out of the way to let the Hounds through. So, and they will actually retreat a little bit to do that.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, shut off skips. We've got extended range war factory, which Titan puts to great use last night. Heavy armor, electromagnetic impact, and extended range phantom ray. All of Fort Build's options. Shut off
Heavy armor is so good. Wow, he skipped. Must
already
be for double Phoenix.
already sells the steel ball, so he's got 550 to spend, and he's might be transitioning to This is that older blue hair build, right? There was a Fire Badger, Phoenix, Fang build for aggro, just like this, where what was going on there is you can use the napalm to light the ground on fire at 100 meters, and ranged fangs won't walk into the fire. So what you were saying about lighting the ground on fire doesn't actually wind up
Because it's Fang aggro.
because it's Fang aggro, yeah. And of course, there's fire on the ground for Mustangs, so if they start making progress, they won't run right into the fire. And the Mustangs would be the obvious counter to both the Fangs and the Phoenix. So your obvious answer turns out to not be obvious. Fort Build also sells out of a sledge and took the heavy armor. So he sold out of a sledge, rebought it here, puts a crawler on the line on the corner to try and take that far side tower, which is still level 1.
I will say, because Shadoff has money left over, skipping the heavy armor for that Fire Badger to me is a huge miss.
Right.
Heavy armor is so efficient. His tower timing is also going to hurt.
Right. I was going to say the other thing that 100 could have gone to was leveling up the weak side tower. He has not done that. And of course, it's not... The way that he had his Fangs deployed, you could actually see that pack would have split, and most of it would have come across to the Fangs. So he might have been counting on that to protect that tower. Fort Build did have to spend the 100 for the mobile beacon to get in on tower, but he was wise enough to do that, and it's going to pay off with a nice big round win. Fort Build wins round 1 and round 2. Shout off at 4480. Fort Build at 3800.
I foresee this one going in the flank. Interesting. I think it's rhinos here. You've already got your birds. Yeah, it's got to be rhino. And on
rhinos?
defense, it's melting point, I think, unless you want to try and play Aiden. But I think that none of these are great on defense, but I think that the melting point is probably the best option, mostly because it's good into every drop, and therefore it's a safe pick as well.
Right. It's this pick that counters the other 3 in defense. You kind of need that choice. I see what you're thinking. Instead, he takes the Wraith, and Shadoff is going to
Heavy armor Wraith is...
Okay, that's pretty. Yeah, level 2 heavy armor. It's 54,000 hit points. Shadoff is going to add the Phantom Rays. So, might be heading towards a oil fire build. Although that might be a little dangerous if you get some crawlers on the line. You can wind up just setting all that, setting your front line on the fire. So, a little bit worried about the direction that's going. The Phantom Rays didn't exist back when Blue Hair was running the this trio complex, so we're seeing an evolution of it from, and he's gone straight to the oil. We're seeing an evolution of it from Shadoff here.
This is definitely experimental from Shadoff, because this is very spicy. But a level 2 heavy armor Wraith is going to be insane tempo, and not having chaff clear on that right side is going to really hurt those Phoenix. That Wraith is just going to bully this round, I think.
And there is a fresh sledgehammer up there to draw some of those initial shots as well. So that even the Phoenix that would have otherwise had a decent lock didn't get an instant lock on it. Shadoff, by the way, your runner-up. Second place finisher in this tournament last week. That's part of the reason we're starting with him. Fort Build, Advanced Group 3 champion from the mini tournament this week. So that was a huge mini tournament, by the way. I think there were 4 advanced groups, which is the first time first time I had seen that, right? So Fort Build champion of Group 3. But Shadoff wins round 4. Fort Build is down to 2,600, or wins round 3, and he does a ton of damage. Fort Build down to 2,600 already. So Shadoff skips
Killing that
again.
Wraith was huge.
Taking the Wraith down was huge, for sure.
Yes. The tower take was honestly really important. The Rhinos absolutely earning their keep.
Yep.
Redeploy, though, for that heavy Wraith. is really valuable. If both
Yeah.
players take. Shadow skips the redeploy. Oh my gosh, Shadow is just playing a no cards game.
Yeah, just gonna
Wow.
skip it for the econ. And
I love the healing into fire for the
yeah,
sludges.
yeah, you made that work really, really well last night in one of your games. It was really, really cool to see. And I wonder, I am seeing a 7 gap, 7x7 gap right
Yes.
there. So I wonder if that might be the direction that Fort Build is thinking of going.
I actually played the healing sludges in 3 or so of the games last night. I actually won all the games I took click the button. I really think that it's underrated as an early tempo button. It's only 200 and a
Mm-hmm.
lot of units that do slow damage or small damage or any fire on the ground or storm colors, spider damage, especially with splash. There's so many different units that do fast small amounts of damage, and the healing is way better scaling than armor into anything that's not basically Mustang.
Right. Shadow going for a pair of hackers. So those are going to get stuck on the fangs early, but that one was really well positioned to take a fire badger right away. Got a second fire badger. It's going to work on the rhino while the rhino is distracted. So
Nice.
he is completely turned to the left side. On the right, everything is in flames. Look out! Welcome home, Toast. Yipes.
I think one unit in particular stands out in defense here. Technically, two, actually, now that we're seeing the rays. It's either Raiden, because there's nothing on the ground and there's very few targets, or you can also sell the Wraith and like fund some elite anti-air Phoenix, not Phoenix, excuse me, Wasp, being very strong into the Rays and the Phoenix.
Right. Yeah, anti-air. One of the players that runs a lot of Ray does think of anti-air Wasp as the big counter to them. Those wasps are not.
Farseer and the Mustang are really good here.
Yeah, wasps are not dropped. Mustang might be a slight trap, but at least it would force
Yes.
Shadow to take the armor.
Right. I think Farseer is better here,
Oh,
given that you're dealing with so many
it.
rays.
He doesn't run armor.
Well, if in theory, if you're gonna beat Mustangs with fire on the ground, then the armor button is potentially redundant in that sense.
Right. So it's a full tech build for that, exactly that, and then he's going to be shielded Phantom Rays. He's adding 3 more of them.
Stealth, actually.
Stealth. I'm sorry. Yes, stealth ray, not shielded. You're correct.
Right.
Brain freeze there. 2 words that start with S.
Now, anti-missile Mustang is actually really good at shutting down the attacks of rays, as long as you can keep ahead of that arms race.
Right. Is going to be double Farseer flank out on that left side from Shadow. Spicy,
wow.
spicy, spicy. But no chaff, no nothing else to protect them. Those marksmen will get an initial link. It does make me hope Fort Build levels it.
Right. That is rather hackable in follow-up, though.
Right.
And a hacked Farseer goes hard on this board.
The anti-missile Mustangs are not enough, despite having triple recruit and range and missile interceptor. They're not enough to keep the fire off the ground. Both the strong side and the weak side are in a lot of trouble right now.
And another reason why I think Melting Point would have been a really good pickup, potentially. It's just that if you do have Fire Badgers setting the ground on fire, then the absence of chaff means that Melting Point can just go really hard. I think it's time to sell this Wraith and fund a serious defense. However you want to do that.
All right, we'll take Advanced Shield Device. So our shields have 56,000 hit points for Fort Build. And looking at the rest of the board, as you pointed out, because of the way that this board is getting lit on fire, there is no chaff Shadoff is just not even purchasing a single chaff. It is all rays. And now that he's seen the anti-missile, he goes to the anti-missile counter, which is burst mode, shooting 10 missiles at a time instead of just 4. And that should completely overwhelm the anti-missile there.
Yes. This may have reached a point of critical mass. Whenever there is close to monocomps, there's always 1 or 2 super hard counters, but it's a knowledge check, and it's also a bit of a race. Because if you get too far behind on deploys, even the correct answer can't catch up sometimes.
Yeah, I actually think of it as not just a knowledge check, but sometimes a reaction speed check, where if you don't react to it correctly early enough, a lot of those monocomps can get away from you. Like, Mustangs can counter a Fang carry build, right? But if you don't drop the Mustangs the round that the person is, the round after the person commits to the Fangs, or you don't range the round after they range to the Fangs, it can really get out of control.
Yep. Yeah, there's just not upshoot here that respects the rays even close to well enough, unfortunately.
We did do the hack you were suggesting to take the outside Farseer, but Shadoff sold one of them to fund his triple tech.
Yeah.
That was expensive. Those poor anti-missiles are doing next to nothing other than ensuring that the Mustangs aren't shooting a target as they die. So, yes, well played indeed. Shadoff through to round 2 at 1-0. The surrender and congrats from Port Build.
That's a lot of missile.
Yeah, remember the old chaff +2 rule? Yeah, this was half as many chaff as there are rounds. Nice call out, Toast.
If you're committed to the bit for floor is lava, then, you know.
The only chaff that could possibly exist would be Wasp. And,
right.
Yeah, so I think this one turned... You said that you thought that the melting point was the right call on the round that there was a unit drop. I actually thought that the Raiden might be, because we saw, at that time, we had Fire Badger and, Fire Badger and Steel Ball. Port Build didn't take the Fire Badger, or didn't take the Raiden, and the Raiden would be kind of the perfect counter to everything on the board for Shadoff. So I do think that was the direction he needed to go, whether it was sell the Wraith and get into Raiden later, or something like that, or taking it on the drop.
Right, and I also really think he made a huge mistake selling the sledges into something like Phantom Ray, especially when the floor is lava. Vertical sledges are the chaff you have to use. It also forces, in case they go stealth, to decloak the rays, and vertical in particular. It kind of has the same effect as steel balls, where for rays, burst mode 1 sledge down for 500% overkill, and they got to do it for the next sledge and the next sledge, because ray splash damage is very small. It's not going to be able to hit more than 1 sledge at a time. So I feel like Fort Build had a lot of important tools here. The Mustangs were a bait, unfortunately, and there just was not even close to the necessary anti-air presence.
Right.
I wonder, did he run? Okay, so he doesn't run quick reload on the marksman. That's another possible line. If you can keep up with the rays in deploys, that plus anti-air can actually let you pop them very efficiently.
Right.
But that was not an option either, it looks like.
Yep, not on the bar for him. And of course, the hackers turned out to be bait as well. Even though we got some value out of them on one round, went nicely, and we got to hack a Farseer. We just have 700 invested into hackers that is not really helping this board right now, and we've got so much invested in the Mustangs that's not super helping this board either. So that's where this one goes south for Fort Build. Our Advanced Group 3 champion not able to keep up with last week's runner-up. Shadoff trying to improve on that this week. Congrats on win number 1, sir. Uh, we've still got a bunch of matches in progress, so let's see if we can find one. Are any of the matches we were thinking about still going? Rider Live is going to be in the long one. We could just switch into that, if you like. Rider Live against
Yeah,
Gons.
let's take one with a lot of health left, so we have some game to continue.
Yeah. I mean, the other one that I'm thinking about is the 8 seed Fleet Command, just to see. But we'll jump into 36 versus 13, Rider Live versus Gons. Congrats to those of you who bet on Shadoff. And Titan, I'm going to let you take it away when you've got something to analyze.
Okay, well, it looks like there's a heavy airplay by Rider Live going on. We have Wasps and Phoenix and Abyss pushing on the right side into a Scorpion defense. We didn't really see what was on the ground. Rider Live also had a Vulcan getting killed by Scorpions on the other side. The Scorpions have range. The Wasps, for the Defender Gons, have no techs yet, but Anti-Air Wasp is one of the really good potential units into a hard air commit. Oh my gosh, that missile was amazing. Just eliminating the upshoot remaining, minus a handful of Mustangs here. Hopefully the Abyss doesn't get too distracted on these crawlers. It's gonna be close. Oh, they're just gonna get it done. Yes, the Abyss over here loaded with the Phoenix. Abyss really like to play kind of in a pocket. I don't know if Rider Live has leveled his other tower yet or not, but that's also really valuable to just kind of embrace the one-sided play. I think the way he's doing it now, where he's splitting to both sides, is a mistake. Overlord defense is interesting, although there is a ton going on this flank over here for Rider Live. It almost makes me think that the Abyss on the right-hand side was the mistake that he should have committed, because Abyss is very good at sniping tower with those missiles, and the more of them you have, the more likely that is to connect.
Holy flank, Batman.
Yes. Also, Abyss are probably the most efficient shield break, barring like the EMP barrage of a melting point. That tower is not leveled, so another Abyss over there. Ooh. There it is, even. And once Abyss start to level, like their health becomes a real problem, and those missiles do insane damage. So I could absolutely see this start to get away from Gons. I mean, but I really want Rider Live to get another Abyss on the left side, level it. Even perhaps beacon the blue Abyss in that on the right-hand side over.
So that it's on the same side. One's goes to launcher overload range on the Overlords, which is going to help quite a bit.
I've not seen this into Abyss yet. I don't know. I mean, obviously it's a matter of who locks who first, but Overlord absolutely has the damage to kill an Abyss. But Abyss also very much has the ability to kill it back. But in this situation, I think you need I think you need to take that Abyss level for sure.
Well, what I was trying to point out by mousing over that was we were at 1100, and if we had skipped this and not leveled something, we'd be on we'd have been on 12, or with our loan from 11 to 13, which would have been Abyss level plus a new Abyss
plus Chaff
plus
with the 13.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. Also, I think in particular, this is an example where armor on the Rays was a mistake. Instead of selling out, not only did you pay for the armor, but Abyss missiles absolutely shred Mustangs. And as a result, that could have been much better committed funding-wise into the Abyss. Yeah, Scorpion on the ground is common for killing the sledge pairing that is so strong with Abyss. But like Abyss absolutely shred bulky medium units, and I don't just mean bulky with health, but like the 3x3 grid where you can get several clips of the same unit. Look at that. One swipe from an Abyss killed an equal level Overlord. Oh my gosh. And Overlord air units are fragile. So that isn't surprising, but at the same time, like, you're used to thinking of Overlords as fragile because usually upshoot is not high damage.
2
Abyss.
hit points left for Gons.
Wow.
Oh my god.
So we caught the pivot comeback, and I will say I am thrilled to see the Abyss working here. Abyss is really scary damage. Does he run? He is not running Photon, and I think that is a mistake. I think the Degen Pulse is not worth the opportunity cost of not running Photon. Although Photon is so expensive for a 1 round when you're already winning, it may not be worth playing. But you definitely want to add another Abyss here, because Abyss really scale with numbers. Especially when you have the missiles, because they clear chaff for each other. It's just very strong. And they don't have any maintenance costs, so you can really start to stack them and get into like just absolutely insanely dangerous territory with Abyss. As long as you can fit them into your board. That 7x7 is something you kind of have to play around with the intent to use from the start.
Right, and he did on the left side, right? He gave himself that pocket, so...
Yes. He's absolutely got places to use Abyss over there that would be really, really strong.
And that the electromagnetic impulse is going to be devastating to both sides, but particularly hitting the level 3 Overlord, and I am somewhat surprised.
That is pain.
Somewhat surprised Gons did not have to take Photon Emission here. Maybe he just can't afford that this round.
Right.
I think that is just going to be GG's to have your level 3 Overlord completely turned off. Back down to basics. I am going to point out, by the way, Rider Live is not aerial specialist. Breaking news. I know it looks like he might be, but he is not actually the aerial specialist here.
Wow. He's just, did it the old-fashioned way. Maybe got some of this on drops. I don't
unlock the
know.
Abyss for real, right? Like to get them out this early.
That tower, you do
with a missile. That is.
Yep, and that's why.
Yeah, in much the same way that the Overlord chin guns will snipe a tower. Oh my goodness, both of them go down at the end, but Rider Live gets the win on the few surviving units. Both miss down right at the end. Rider Live beating a 2000 MMR. Gons, congratulations. I bet he has that look on his face right now. That is a huge as he's looking at the MMRs, right? Well done, sir. And here he is. GG's, Rider Live. I'm a meta menace. Let's go. Well done, sir. So that was, of course, our long poll match. In this, we will go around and catch you up on the upsets. Apucci beats D Unit, but excuse me, Hannibal? Hannibal has beaten Zemp. So Zemp goes down in round 1. Fleet Command, Dachshund all get their wins. Rider Live with the big upset over Gons that we just showed you. Crispy Bacon beats Rackamacafon, your Amarok stand-in. Rio Grande with the upset over number 17 Klepto. Acal with the upset over number 19 AWM. Codius Prime gets a win, but then the upsets continue. Dorgon, well, I mean, this isn't a huge one, but Dorgon gets a nice win against Balinark. I am Znart over Rivruskende. Clever laying through on by. Immunitron upsets Coldfire. Azil and the Magician were the favorites. They get their wins, knocking out the ugly names. Lepaco upsets Illuminati. Shepherd upsets the weakest link. Number 1 Apucci fan, I'm going to guess that one is a baller, beats Wumbo Drebin. We saw Shadoff beat Fork Build. K upset by our 201 guest. Red Scare beats Demandrid, and I Like Napping beats Freedom. Further on down that list of unbeatens, you have wins from Skip, Salt Monkey, Zamorj Gorianen, King Shi, Sparty, Dirty Carl, Tavion, Rakshman, Party Toss, Appet 117, No Name, Rafadog, Lord Days, and Insane, Pironic, and a couple of others, Theorist, Kira, Zero, etc. Do you spot a match you want to take here? We know round 2 has difficult finding matches. We could take Zach against Ryder Live after that performance. That could be fun.
That's kind of sounds like a fun, like relatively equal like I could see either one of them pulling that out. I think that could make for a fun, interesting kind of fair match.
Yeah.
Of some good players. I like that call.
Yeah, other one that I would consider is Sparty against Acal.
That's also solid. But honestly, after seeing Abyss, I'm curious to see if we will see more Abyss. And Zach is I would say historically I would give the edge to Zach, but Zach's played less, and I'm curious how Zach will handle Abyss if that happens as well. So I think that this could be a lot of fun.
And here he is. He says, "Hey, all. Good evening to all of you. Welcome in, Zach. Good luck. Have fun. We are going to be caster cursing either you or Ryder Live. So, good luck, guys. Have fun, and catch you on the other side."
Yes. Yeah, game 2 can be a little tricky. For those that don't know, the top half of the bracket gets seeded against each other in the first round, and the bottom half gets seeded against each other. But from there on, everybody who is in the same number of wins is seeded highest to lowest pairing. And so everybody in the bottom half that gets a win, you're the 2 lowest ranked players face each other. One of them wins, and then the winner of that faces the number 1 seed.
Right. You can
basically.
You can be seated 106th or whatever and win your match in round 1, and your reward for that is facing a Poochie in round 2. Your reward will not be facing Zemp since he's gone down already.
Yes. It's also kind of interesting. As a side thought for another time, here's the match.
Welcome to round 2 of Weekend Tournament European number 105. We've got for you streamer Ryder Live, Farside Red, and big personal favorite, Salt Monkey. If you don't know, Salt Monkey is Zach, is the man who helped fund the hardware that we stream on. He is one of the very first moderators for this channel, and a dear personal friend. So, Zach, wishing you all the best of luck. Ryder Live pulled off an awesome win with the Abyss in round 1. We'll see if we get Abyss again in round 2.
Sledge is really strong right now. Like, I believe it is probably the strongest opening unit in the packs.
Yeah, you picked
I'm not
Sledge
even sure it's close.
Every single time, I noticed last night. And for those of you that have just tuned in, with me in the booth is Alpha Titan, your Mecha Mini Masters champion last night after 4 hours of hard work and closing out with a 5-0 run to knock out Doxon and Arctorius. So, amazing work. Toast does it again. No ads for Zach. Salt Monkey now sponsored by the ads. Number 416. Are you kidding me? Thank you so much, Toast. Toast, patron of the channel, patron of the arts, and deeply appreciated.
Ooh, Ryder Live committing hard to just predicting the side. Very dangerous to do as the defender. If you pick wrong, it can be a blowout, especially against steel balls because they're so fast. It's very hard to defend. Even if it was like a split push, it could be very. Oh my goodness, we are.
Wow,
Zach is having non-committal, just whole pivot direction.
Right, Zach had been right up on the line. He decides to pivot to the back, and he skipped a deploy as aerial specialist to bring out the round 1 wasps. Ryder Live slightly read that too. by bringing out Fangs, so he's got a shot at beating those wasps. But I don't think the Fangs are going to survive long enough to really engage with the wasps.
Agreed.
We'll see.
Not having steel balls on the left honestly isn't terrible because chaff clear isn't there for Zach on the left either, and Fangs slow down steel balls a ton. So while they will eventually bully their way through, not in a timely manner, and the steel balls will finish off that pack of Fangs. Yes. And even if one survived, that wouldn't be enough to really answer the wasp pack.
Right.
So win by air, but 200 damage. Nothing crazy. The wasps will almost certainly level, though. So, yeah.
That is a solid round win. Good use of Salt Monkey's aerial specialist to prevent damage on round 1. And that was one of the things that you coached me on in particular last week that's really helped me to gain. I was down at like just bumping above and below 1400, 1490 to 1550 or so, and you punched me right back up to the 1700s with that coaching session. And one of the things that you pointed out was really playing round 1, round 2, round 3 to minimize the hit point loss, because we both know I was getting tempoed out a lot. But you really called out a couple of specific things that I thought was really neat, and if you want to address those as this goes, that might be cool.
Sure. Well, one thing I will say more generally, at the MMR you were definitely the better player, and if the game made it to round 6, then your poor opponents, like even if they had a commanding lead because you were playing slow or maybe sloppy here or there, you just absolutely had what it took to win it in the mid to late game. And so if you're playing somebody that you feel like that is true, then pivoting your early game so that you're not in the a spell can knock me out, a bad drop can hard tempo me out position, then that's good. But
right.
In this game, Rider Live goes with the Farseer, which I think is absolutely correct and a little unfortunate if you're facing off as the air specialist, because it's such a universally good anti-air. But he did forego a deploy for a second Farseer, which I think is a little hasty. I think Rider Live would be better served getting chaff. If there's a wasp on the other side, you already have a Farseer on your strong side.
Your Farseer is going to win the strong side. It's going to come over and win the weak side as well. Yeah, makes sense.
And so those deploys, I think, were more valuable, or 2 deploys plus health, because health is such a valuable asset to have on a tanky unit like that.
Right. And Toast, thank you very much for the gift sub to Baller. Baller says something like, "Wow, I don't have one," and Toast jumped right on it. So thank you very much, Toast.
Wasp Rhino is the line here for Zach. I honestly think selling out of the steel balls when you're in a position like this is a huge loss. I've really been enjoying steel balls in standard. I didn't see a whole lot of it in the tournament, but that's been something I've been doing a lot in my scrims, and was something I am very comfortable with. It's nice into giants. If they get early levels, you can armor them and they bully Vulcans, even in standard. There's a lot of things that late steel balls are good into, and if the opponent doesn't get a strong answer to them, you can also end up running mech div on them, and then they become just really tanky chaff delivery vehicles.
Right.
So I'm kind of sad to see them gone.
Yeah. So Zach has gone for a pair of elite recruited rhinos. So he spent a bunch of money to do that, and that's what he has paid for by selling out of the steel balls. I liked his original deploy over here. It's close back in on the wasps. You don't have to run rhinos from on the line anymore. You can run them deep, and the whole rest of his formation is deep. So running aggro from deep is perfectly fine. You don't want these guys out and unsupported by the chaff clear and everything else. He thought briefly about putting one on the left side flank and decided not to. I think that was a good choice, because if you do wind up with the, if you did want this tower, getting it from this middle or from straight in front of it is pretty easy if you just put a flank distracting crawler out there, and there's just no reason to have your big level 2 elite recruited unit paying the flank summoning cost on this round. But here you're seeing...
It's definitely unfortunate
Yeah, these rhinos have really paid the price for having arc lights behind them, and the arc lights not being able to engage because they don't have range. So Zach might have been better suited if this was the line he was thinking about going. Might have been better suited with hounds instead of arc lights, right? Because he can get those up to 14
Oh,
meters per
100%.
second and get them keeping up with the rhinos. Um, and then
Not only that,
I'd have liked the
but
rhinos
he's
to
not.
be deep, you know.
Yes. Okay, Zach's just cooking here.
He's
Just...
gone to Kevin. He loves Kevin. Kevin
He
is the
does
name of
love
his
Kevin.
first Vulcan. First Vulcan on the board in any game. And he brings it out on round 4. We talked a bit in the cast last night about getting range on your chaff clear on round 3 being one of the high tempo plays that the 2000 plus MMR players are doing. Neither of these players did that. It looks like Zach is going to have his Vulcan back in a relatively normal position again, not up to front to support the Vulcan, or to support the rhinos. He's sold out of the wasps.
Oh my goodness.
So, and he's just going to mobile beacon on the other side without the flank distractor.
Right.
So that
So,
is...
looking at Zach's board, he had the fast unit in the back, he had his slow marksman in the middle, and then he had fast rhinos in the front, and everything was kind of fighting by itself,
disjoint,
as a single roll at a time, and it just, like, the rhinos basically died for free because the Farseer could have been shooting at rhinos when the wasps were shooting, but they shot the rhinos when the wasps weren't even present.
Right.
And then they got to shoot the wasps when they arrived.
Right. That is why you wanted those rhinos deeper, I think.
Yes. That said, he does have instant level 2 on the Vulcan, and one of the things that I have said is that a Vulcan at level 1 is something you can bully. At level 2, it's dangerous, and at level 3, it bullies you.
Right. And if he is thinking about selling back out of those the rhinos and selling out of the wasps and just transitioning to a fairly standard board, he's starting to set up for what you would see as a traditional Vulcan marksman. He's given up a lot of that early tempo, which is exactly what we were talking about, me doing. I was giving up a lot of early tempo while building towards a late game board. But he
also has very little chaff because of his elite recruits and his early wasp. So, like, for round 5 to have basically 1 marksman, 1 Vulcan, and 4 chaff is rough.
What if they're double-tacked Vulcans and they're up front? And there's a Melter.
Aggro. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Aggro Vulcan is just like, hi, Melter me, K, thanks.
Melter me, K, thanks, bye. Oh dear.
Now you need to take range on this Melter immediately. Loan if you have to. Because you really, with rhinos there, you want the locks to be instant, and with the greedy positioning of these units, like, that is there to be bullied by a Melter. I think this Melter is a little bit too stock and a little too defensive.
I'm also going to point out that I think the Melter is poorly positioned because it's directly opposite the rhinos. I think you actually wanted it directly out of the giants because opposite the giant, one at a time, and then one here. You're going to wind up with protecting both towers anyways. So, like, just being able to lock onto the Vulcan correctly when you need to is, I think, going to be more valuable than bullying Zach out of those middle rhinos. Because those rhinos are going to get in front and get locked no matter where you have this guy. So
I actually like it middle, mostly because the rhinos, I think it should have been a little bit further up, but I like where it is because that way it can hit the rhinos regardless of the direction they get beaconed, and the rhinos can lock your chaff clear, which then can shut you down. So, oh no, the lack of health is so bad. An Assault Scorpion would absolutely body this.
Right. Zach fell in love with Vulcan back when Extended Range Vulcan gave the plus 35 or plus 50% attack. I forget what it was. But he's gone to the triple tech. He's gone to best partner. So he's going to be getting level 3 marksman here, level 2 marksman there. He's sold out of...
He is running Assman.
Yeah.
That's the cook. He's running Vulcan Assman.
No, he's not. He's running double shot with shooting squad.
I'm blind. It is shooting squad. I totally
Yeah, it's okay.
saw shooting squad and I was like, oh, it's assault mode. That
But
explains it. No, it doesn't.
no, it does not.
It
It
doesn't.
would have that would be cooking for sure. That would be amazing. But I'm going to
There
point out
might be
the
an assault.
part of the reason that last round went so poorly for Zach is a cheap little 100 that Rider Live spent on
Yes.
round 5 to EMP the Farseers, and that basically got to turn off the range and Scorch on the Vulcan, and that just completely neutered these Vulcans. And that, again, that is one of the things you were talking about with we just do not have a chaff board. We've got 4 chaff on round 6, and unlike the previous game where we were talking about Shadoff being lighting the ground on fire and taking care of all of the playing a chaffless game by being all up in the air with the ground on fire. That's not what Zach's doing. He actually needs chaff protecting the Vulcans, and that is
Right.
not happening at the moment. Nice little mobile beacon there. That was experience. That was almost 2 years of play in the game to dodge the missile there.
And while this photon coating is going to add nice tankiness, it will not protect you from being EMP'd.
What will protect you
And
from
these
being
welters-
EMP'd, oh no, is that... Well, I was going to say is the photon, but also the fact that we had a marksman with shorter range than the Vulcan. How often do you see that?
Right. Yeah, this is looking rough.
Whiskey Jack says, I just turned in. Where the hell are his units? Yeah, we have sold out of every big expensive buy we have taken all game.
Yes. And I'll bet you Zach is selling these as well. Yep, there it goes.
This
Oh
is...
no, he checked them. He kept it. Okay, good.
And this,
Although into Melter, Scorpion is rough too.
no, what he sold was the arc light. It's just not getting to the front anywhere near the time it needs. Please, sir, buy 3 chaff. Buy 3 chaff, or click the shooting squad. I don't care. Get some chaff
Shooting
on the
squad
board.
is really good here.
Not 2 more Vulcans, sir.
Oof.
That was not what I was hoping for.
I mean, these biggest melting points don't even have range yet. Surely Rider Live ranges them now.
Does he need to? There's no chaff.
He really does. Into Scorpion and Marksman and Vulcan, like everything is range.
Literally.
Maybe he doesn't quote unquote
no,
need to.
none of his units have
correct.
range. None of his units have range. Right?
Yeah.
So the melter at 130 is hanging out behind everybody else. Even the only thing behind it is the Farseer, and that's key for the EMP. So I think he actually has things in the order of engagement he wants, even if they are all short-range engagements. It's unconventional. It's very unconventional, and it was working because the Rhinos were pushing in. I mean, now that the Rhinos aren't pushing, it won't be as effective.
The big thing is more because of the timing of the engagement to make sure
Right.
that you're getting those locks
Right.
than it is about being safe.
Right. But I mean, yeah, like you used it to get the early lock on Doxson's War Factory, right, last night. That makes some sense.
Or into the Giants when they were forts, things like that. But Absorb is going to absolutely go hard here. That Absorb melting point has just been extremely strong. But like right now, it would be locked onto and killing that Vulcan right
If it
now.
had range.
Obviously,
It
this is
hasn't
not
even
enough
turned.
chaff.
Yeah, it didn't even
Right.
turn, and that's one of those where, if you don't know, a unit will turn to engage anything that's in range. So if that Vulcan had been within 130 meters, the melting point would have engaged. But if it's pointed in a direction and there's a target out there, it does consider that target to be closer to it than the turned target.
Yes.
Still, Rider Live getting the job done. The absorption was rough, man. He says, I hate being cast because I really feel the pressure these days. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. So, I do understand, especially being a little bit rustier. This is not Zach playing at the level that he can play at, let's say. And it was interesting to watch the evolution. I think there are some good comments, especially from Titan, as far as what we're doing. Whiskey Jack says I had to listen to Amarok pick apart my tourney loss. I know the feeling, but brother, it again when we do that, we're not, like we were criticizing Ryder Live's choices as well, and it is intentional to let both player and viewers learn the things that they need to learn from that game. So yeah. But I do apologize. We never do intend to come across critical. I never liked learning. I love it.
The lack of chaff hurts you, Zach, but I think that, believe it or not, particularly when you're in an aggro position, Abyss is incredibly strong at sniping tower, and the Vulcans, while unconventional, did clear chaff well.
Right.
So I think Abyss would have actually been a very strong option for you here, because it can absolutely do really high damage when there's no chaff left.
Right.
And the missiles on them are good at sniping towers, and even a absorption module melter will die to Abyss in only 2 or 3 swipes.
Right. It doesn't
under tower debuff.
Other thing I would say for Zach, yeah, you were behind on chaff, and even just selling out of the steel balls would have been chaff at this point in the game. It's a steel ball from deep.
And good at killing the melter. Like, they could have even been your carry almost, as a late arriving ranged.
Right.
Could have been really strong.
Yep. Oh, excellent. The Magician, I'm actually really happy to hear that. Zach, the other thing I would have said out of this one, I would have loved to have seen how this game evolved if you had kept the Rhino here where you had it and brought the other one back to this side and just run with what you were thinking right in that moment. I feel like you switched from this position up to the front, and that actually hurt you. There is, and I have seen Blue Hair running this, so I'm not just making junk up. I have seen Blue Hair running aggro from here.
Yep. With parallel tower, just running in fast, making sure that you can't get bullied by missiles as easily, controlling the engagements because you have space.
And taking advantage of any mismatched speeds on his opponent's board. So a lot of the things that work as comps in defensive traditional aggro do so because of the range complements, but don't work together.
They're fast, and yes, they get out of sync with each other.
Yep. So that would, I think you would have caused, especially a player at Ryder Live's level, I think you would have caused a lot of headaches by running that from deep. So just something to think about next time. The Pika, oh god, the Farseer was very annoying. Yes, we agree. I mean, I'm sorry. The Farseer was really well played by Ryder Live. So yeah, you're welcome, guys. Ryder Live, I really appreciate that. Is a hell of a compliment, man. He says 90% of us can't ask ourselves the hard questions, so having someone as cheerful and nice as Amarok and as insightful as Alpha giving it is the best. So really, really appreciate that. Let us... Godius Prime, you have 1 hit point? Let's check that out.
My goodness.
Because come on. We gotta cast a Godius Godius Prime on a 1 hit point win would just be an epic add to a stream. Let's go. Calculated. Had this covered.
Achievements. And this needs to be one of them, is like win a tourney game at 1 HP.
Oh god, yes, right? That's a Steam achievement. I love it. Congratulations to those of you who bet on Ryder Live, the 3-1 underdog in that match. Let's go. What do you see here, sir? We've got high-level boom rhinos, and you talked about how valuable a level is on a boom rhino, right? And we've got well, actually, Ms. Diana did, right?
Yes, there's a lot going on. So the worm in the front at level 3 has super heavy and is probably not dying, and that is what is carrying Godius right now. And it looks like there's EMP for the boom rhino. Maybe there wasn't. It didn't look like that boom rhino actually went all that boomy.
It did not look very boom.
There's charge shot birds that are killing AA forts. So this very much looks like it was slow to get online comp where the forts bullied the birds, but now that Godius Prime is online, I think that Godius Prime is in a hard bully position.
Wait, are you sure nothing's killing the level 3 super heavy armor? Because I'm also worried about the level 2 nano repair over here. We saw how strong that can be.
Oh my goodness. The level 2 nano worms are nightmare fuel. They are literally the thing that keeps me up at night in this.
and somebody sold out of it against you last night. That was just...
I know.
It was that...
I was like,
Yeah. All right, well...
oh, and there's an abyss.
Are we
Is that
good?
good for the attacker or defender? I need to see the board again. Overlord, of course, is the canonical play here for the aggro position and would be very strong.
I just want to
But
see...
honestly, into the forts and the possible Overlord defense, I think Abyss is actually really good with Worm as the tank.
Yeah, Abyss
Arclight.
would... That was not what I saw coming.
What?
That was not what I saw coming. Is that going to be EMP on the Arclight, I bet? Cheap source of... Yep, there we go. EMP, cheap source of
Yeah.
EMP straight across from the Rhinos. Just going to make sure that they don't get blown up. And instead of taking the launcher overload on the 4 forts we've already got, we're going to take it on 1 level 2 war factory to try and answer this big bad boy out here. We do have a overlord next to it with photon, so that is never going to get EMP'd. It's not going to get acided.
Nor will the Rhinos
And
by those arc lights.
nah, that's a good call from Appa. That's a really good call from Appa. And he's redeployed a boom Rhino right up on the front, so it'll boom on the nano repair worm.
Yes, and of course, since Boom scales with health, when you put armor and heavy armor as an item on the Rhino, you are in fact scaling that Boom.
Right, that is a
That
good
said,
point.
he just moved that Rhino out of range of the photon. I think that orange one in the corner on the left
far corner,
will
yeah.
not be photoned.
Yep,
So it
is
will
not.
get turned off and not Boom.
Yeah, he turned it, he placed the photon to cover
Yep.
those two, and then outthought himself. Our level 2 war factory is getting it done on the right-hand side. There are some steel balls trying to lock onto that worm, but they don't really last long enough. Worm gets the tower. Is there enough
Birdshot
left?
birds, I think, get this done once the marksmen go down. There's a lot of Mustangs here to tank for them.
And a worm
Although
tanking
do the
for them
charge-shot
now?
birds have range?
They don't.
Yes.
No. They keep getting out in front of
They
everything.
don't need it.
But Godius Prime has pulled it off, folks. One hit point left for 10 rounds, and he gets it done. Maximum hit point value achieved. Achievement unlocked. Bear like, give this man a Steam achievement for that. Come on.
Amen.
That is brilliant. Nicely done.
And I see Godius Prime is running Sprinkler on those hounds into the hound fire on the other side to protect that push. I didn't notice whether or not there was anti-missile on the Mustangs or not, though.
Wins from our favorites in the top half of the bracket: Apuchi, Uwu, Fleet Command, Baller, Crispy Bacon, Zeal, Party Toss upsets Clever Lang, Dorgon, Acowl, Lepaco, all with the wins. Skip over Shepherd, Hannibal over the 201, and then the favorites at the other end: Ride Alive, Rio Grande, Amunatron. Rakshaman upsets Znart. We saw Godius Prime with the 1 hit point comeback. The Magician, Dachshund, Reven, Shadoff, and Red Scare all through to round 3. We will have 22 unbeaten, so 11 matches at this point. And now the board gets shook up, so you get some of the top seeds facing each other. And I think the one I would go for here is Fleet Command against Baller.
Yes, that sounds like a really good match.
Toast, not a bad point. Godius Prime, I was sweating. Not gonna lie. Nah, man. Nah. You gotta put out. You've got to put out the Godius. If you're gonna live the name Godius Prime, you had that calculated to the hit point,
right,
all the way from round 1 of this game. All right, you weren't sweating at all. You had it. Is Fleet Command Woot's alt? It really should be.
That's hilarious. I don't think it is, but that is hilarious.
Baller,
okay, good.
Baller said he had to restart his game because it wasn't letting him accept. That could be a problem longer term. You had to restart 3 times thing. Ugh. Okay,
yeah.
We have gotten that reported, right? But that is a definite problem because I think you're going to have to do that between every round of the whole rest of the tournament.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and
We'll
Toast Celebrates the 1 hit point win with a gift sub for Godius Prime.
Perfect.
Thank you, Toast. You are amazing. Now,
very nice, very nice.
For those of you who are our European audience, and I know that this tournament was very late for you guys last night, please do go watch the VOD. The final 4 hours of last night's stream are the Mecha Mini Masters, and almost every series except for 2 went to the third and final game, and the tournament as a whole went to the single elimination sudden death final. It was epic. It was beautiful. There were great games and creative lines from Doxin, from Arctorius, and from Alpha Titan. So really, really fun play to watch, and hopefully the casting lived up to the quality of the play. I was pumped. I was really enjoying myself. It was probably one of the most fun tournament casts I've ever been part of, and I've been part of a bunch. So, 3 cheers for Toast. All toasters toast toast. A toast to Toast. And welcome back to those of you that saw ads. We have our round 3 matchup coming up, which is going to feature Fleet Command versus Baller. You'll get a...
Is Eisenhorn Fleet Command?
Is Eisenhorn Fleet Command?
They made a comment earlier about when you talked about watching Fleet Command.
Oh, I see.
And I wasn't sure.
Oh, spoilers! Baller takes Stormcallers, opponent has Missile Spec. Well, Fleet Command will be near side blue. Apparently, choosing the Missile Spec out of this group doesn't have Hounds available. And Baller, I presume, is picking the Supply Specialist based on the Hound more than the Stormcallers. That would have been my choice out of that grouping. Just starting with Hound, so strong. And, I know you're saying right now that you feel like Sledge is actually even stronger than Hound. And is part of that because of the way that Sledge matches up with Hound? Okay.
Sledge has no bad match. And that's huge because there's a lot of bad matches, and Sledge has a lot of good matches into Hound in particular.
Right.
And also into Steel Ball, which I think is the other second strongest 200 cost unit.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of Stormcallers are getting bullied right now because of the faster speed of Hounds and the meta in general.
Right.
So outside of a standard, which is a minority of games, given that either player could aggro, I think Stormcallers are on the weaker side as a starting unit. But when you want to add them, they are very strong and a good add. But it's kind of like Marksman. You want to be in control of whether you want them. You don't want to be forced into them and get punished for it.
Right, that makes good sense. I know that when we talked coaching a couple months ago, one of the things that we kind of pointed out from looking at the, my stats in that Mechabellum tracker, which Ranger and Free For All are working on.
Yes.
One of the things we noted was that I was not playing Stormcallers enough, so switching to taking Stormcallers as part of my starting packs upped my win percentage and my MMR by getting me into storms more frequently, and then that got me to learning and watching when I actually want to add storms onto a board and when I don't.
Exactly.
And now I'm right back to the not wanting them as a round 1 unit, and
right. They're a unit you want when you want, and you kind of need to be able to know that. Now, Baller's positioning did not really play around Missile Spec, and Baller is known for making his picks, clicking submit, and then checking his opponent.
It's true.
So I would not be surprised if that's what happened, because he is very Missile Specable.
And he does play very quick. Now, the other thing is, he might be Missile Specable, but you can also shield and get a lot of value if the shields don't drop. So
you can, but storms have a tendency to break them, so that's also not good in this particular matchup. And the $100 is really rough, although you are supply spec, so it's not as punishing if you want to pick a side.
Right.
You call your shot, but if I'm Baller here, probably bite the missile.
Yeah, he's not missile specable because he's the far side, not the near side. So he's not the one that's super clumped. It is just one
Oh,
unit at a
right, he's
time.
Hound. Never mind.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
yes. Somehow I'm. So he
You
did play
swapped
around it
sides. Yeah, yeah.
100%.
Yeah, he played around it.
Yeah. So then this isn't too bad. This is unfortunate, but not too bad.
Right.
And the double Farseer pickup here is notable because he has supply. He can do that and not miss a deploy.
Right. Unlike the way that that went for Rider Live, right?
Correct. And that's going to be really nice because they are fast as well and can bully Stormcallers. So that's a
Mm-hmm.
really good way to not fall behind on tempo. I don't think he wants more Farseers,
But
but I definitely think that two Farseers, one on each side, is safe. There was also a Wasp drop, and being able to cover both sides is valuable. So lots of good to like here for
right.
Baller's position.
Yeah. Even though we're down a Stormcaller for this round, we've still got missile support on that side. We have one extra Farseer compared to opponent, compared to Fleet Command, and
I will say, I think that arcs counter hounds when you play them well with chaff on both sides. As long as you can keep those hounds from leveling, especially, arc lights can do really, really good work right now into hounds, and I'm not afraid to play arcs into hounds at all.
yeah, you showed that.
Um,
You showed that for sure. Although I think we also saw the flip side of it in that game where Arctorius got his hounds
they can get
off
away
and
from
running.
you. And,
Yeah.
although I don't think I had arc lights that game. Or if I did,
Hmm.
it was that the forts were shielding and bullying me on hit points, and then they got scaling. There are ways to make hounds dangerous still.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ooh, ER is interesting. Range is valuable, but the health loss also hurts. I'll be very curious to see how this plays out. This, I think, has potential, but it can definitely hurt. It is a cheap source of range, comparatively speaking.
Now I am going to point out it has changed the breakpoint on Hound to make that. I think that is 4 shots now to kill a Hound.
Right.
It would still charged shot would still get the job done, but he's not even running charged shot on the bar. He's got anti-aircraft instead.
Oh my goodness.
So like
That's an arc light bar.
277 times 3 would be 831, I think.
Roughly, yeah.
Yeah.
Very close to that. By the way, Baller is well known for always taking the spell, not always playing around it,
Not
but
playing
took
around
it
it.
defensively because there was deep fangs.
I-
Um,
Double,
also took AM on his Farseers. Interesting. Um, Decently efficient, although range and then range means these arc lights are super ranged.
mm-hmm. They have a
Uh,
zillion range. They're 153 meters already, and could get more with the elite marksman. And just for the record, 831 was precisely 277 times 3.
oh, is it? Very nice.
I had a physics professor that drilled that into us in high school, and drilled non-calculator math into the head, and that actually turns out to
Very
be
nice.
really, really helpful in an RTS
Yes, it does.
or a game like this. Being able to do math quick matters when the game is this much economy and this many breakpoints.
Hey, Baller was not kidding when he said Farseer carry. They will need range
Wow.
though into that many into the double range arcs.
And he's taken anti-missile or missile interceptor as the first tech, I guess, to shut down opposing Farseer and the Storms, which were what were killing them early.
There is a decent amount of missile, and Fleet Command will have to take some time to stalk out. Whether or not he gets the stalk module to kind of pivot from those missiles, because at this
Mhm.
point they are being suppressed.
Right.
Now the oil smoke hybrid is very strong. Um,
Puts both of those
so that's
together. So whatever's in the middle for Baller is going to get just stuck in the oil and the smoke. not shooting and be very killable.
Now, this is a question for you. Once upon a time, smoke and oil were the same size. Did smoke get bigger or did oil get smaller?
Oil got smaller.
Okay. Because I used to remember seeing those overlap evenly, and now they have this like
It's
shrunken
definitely
down.
smaller. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the many oil nerfs was a slight reduction in the total area.
Which is honestly a pretty big deal because the
It is.
width
Yeah.
and the depth are both important. Because getting out just a little bit sooner or being able to beacon around them with a little bit cleaner lines are both kind of a big deal.
Yeah. The depth in particular helped crawlers make it through them.
Yeah.
So 3 of the Farseers got stuck in the smoke and oil. They have made it to the near side, and despite being stuck, their anti-missile has basically kept all 5 of them alive. That is 1,500, 1,900 damage with all of his missile units surviving. Fleet Command's
smoke's gonna stick around another turn too.
Fleet Command's on 2,100. If he takes 1,900 again, he's on 200. And Baller adding wasps. Fleet Command goes
because he can anti-missile the Farseers of the other opponent.
Right. And it is going to be 3 marksmen, no anti-missile from Fleet Command.
Firehounds with oil. Oh my goodness. That's so much damage. And it's going to do really well into the sledges without any techs. That's the best tech, by the way, in a Hound beef sledge. As long as the sledges don't have healing. Then it becomes
Baller,
trivial.
Baller going for the round 5 knockout right now. That is what this oil
Pretty
is.
close.
He knows he had the 1,900 surviving last round. If he could get 1,900 surviving again this round, and he might with the oil on the ground, and making sure not to oil the smoke that he's got on the ground, he really could finish this game on this round. I'm actually sort of surprised we sold a Stormcaller just because that's 200 hit points of bar damage.
I do wonder if Baller's going to light his own oil on fire on his side of the board with his hot dogs.
Yes, Eisenhorn.
The opponent's crawlers.
You absolutely can. Light your own Oh no, sir. Oh dear. Yes, we have lit the ground on fire on both sides.
Does he even light the other oil?
Oh no!
Hope not to.
Yeah,
because you've already torched yourself.
Oh no! It has gone up in smoke for Baller.
That's hilariously tragic. I'm sorry, Baller. It is.
This could have been a round that Baller wins the game. Instead, it's a round that Fleet Command will win. Excuse me. There we are.
There we go. If you're Fleet Command, you definitely want to play at least 2, if not 3 anti-missile devices around that oil to prevent it from lighting and also to suppress the Farseers. Even if it's temporary, what you're buying with that round is categorically worth it.
Baller takes the Acid Blast. I love Acid Blast on top of oil, but he's going to put it on the other side in case opponent is mobile beaconing around the oil.
Don't really like the acid here. I feel it's too expensive in relation to not having tanky units. Like if the Farseers connect, they're already killing. Farseers still need the range. I think the range is sorely lacking on them right now into the extra ranged arc lights. It would just go hard.
Baller's chat. Silence, Titan! I know what I'm doing! Dang it! You can't tell me what to do! He has gone for Shield on the Wasps, which I think is a pretty good play, but it is countered by the anti-air ammunition on the arc lights from Fleet Command. So he's at least forced Fleet Command to click that button before he clicks Elite and the Electromagnetic, which would have been a heck of a lot better against the Farseers, allowing him to badly outrange them and turn off the damage. But yeah, he's going to force them into playing a more anti-air role, and then he's going to rely on his marksmen to handle the Farseers. So the marksmen have Marksmen have range now. The Farseer's double-tacked. And the sledges still have
One
nothing.
anti-missile device. I think that's not enough with this much Farseer and Hound.
And
It's
you
gonna
are
get lit.
correct.
I really needed at least 2.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was not... I know you have did a ton of scrims in practice for the Mecha Masters, Mini Masters final. And I was going to guess that the 3 was not an arbitrary choice.
Well, 2 is you want to protect it from 3 packs of Hounds. And with that many Farseers, you need 1 more for insurance, and also you don't want to lose them because they're so high value.
Right.
Now, I will say Baller was in a bit of a potentially dangerous position because he didn't have a ton of chaff, which meant that the Arclights could afford to shoot up. But when your ground chaff clear is also trying to shoot up, it really can blur the lines of the efficiency for them to do both.
Right.
Also, ironically, I actually played some 2s with Baller yesterday, and there was a game that we won 3, then we lost 1. The one that I lost was because I got blown out by an oil. If I anti-missile it instead of us losing by 1,000, Baller was unfortunately not having the best time on his side, so my units were having to kind of clean up the map. We go from losing by 1,000 to winning by 4,000 damage.
Oosh.
That was how strongly I was winning my side, but with
Yikes.
0 chaff, his marksman shot my Raidens instead of not.
Right. Alright.
So, yeah, hedging against the possibility of Hound lighting oil on fire is incredibly important in a lot of boards.
Right.
And was even used to great effect in the Mecha Master or Mini Masters last night, at least once.
Do want to give a shout out. Sob has gotten himself, and it's funny because I had been thinking about doing this. This is why I had made the Amapebble account, was actually to do exactly what you're doing. You've beaten me to it. It would probably be a long time before I got there. Anyways, because we know how slow I am at making YouTube content. But Sob has started a Zero to Hero series on YouTube. Actually got an account through the placements with 1 MMR. And is running that as a series on YouTube. So he might post a link here in a moment. I've given him permissions to post a link. And if we can get that up for you guys, we'll...
Very cool. Abyss is a little risky into Sledge, but it is super strong into these lines of giants, and the blue Abyss in particular is not missileable, and just shreds melting points.
Right, but the I was going to point out the
I just think there might be too much chaff. This is where they need the missiles badly to get locks on giants sooner.
Right, they needed all those missiles coming out early. There we go.
That level 3 fort.
There is your Sob link for those that you are those that are interested in giving that show a follow.
This is tough. Reven is in a bit of a bind. I definitely see lines for them, but it's tricky.
Oh, thank you. That is perfect.
I also think they may have messed up their placement. I don't know that there's room for an Abyss between the 2 Mustangs in that little pocket diagonal to the orange fort. And speaking of orange fort, if that fort does not have elite on the bar, I almost think it wants to be another Abyss and just go triple Abyss here.
This is a 601 game. I love it.
Especially since the Melter EMP can turn off the range, that big fort is really in danger. Blue Abyss with missiles on both, though, is definitely solid. That Abyss may want to even be positioned in the left corner by itself and use oil to torch the chaff there so it can snipe tower on Reven's left side.
Right, from here, coming at the tower that way. Big
Because
flank
yes.
coming from Lepaco. Phantom level 3 Phantom Rays. We've
Oh
talked.
no, is he gonna Goomba his own wraith? Oh, it's a boat
It's a
drop,
boat drop.
not
Yeah.
a. No, I thought that was a Vulcan drop. I was gonna be like, that would be tragic.
That would have been amazingly bad. Yes. Yeah. So Baller points out this is Finland versus Finland, or even versus Lepaco. So 601
Okay.
in-house match. If you were considering a 601 tournament, you'd have to invite these two.
Those abyss beams are putting in work, but there's just not enough chaff into the Vulcans, and we didn't get the tower snipe that we need.
Yeah, the tower snipe got completely stuffed. And
Wasp would have also gone really hard here to protect for that. And this is also why healing sledges are so good as a pairing, because the sledges gum up melters and lock down Vulcans.
right, yeah, that makes good sense. He said that he wanted to go to Elite Fort, but only one of them ever managed to level. So Lepaco responded to that threat really, really quickly, and that is part of what got him the win. As you can see, Reven is running the same Elite Fort bar that I am. That's different from the bar that, for example, Arctorius was running in that tournament. But it is the one that would let you do these big long-range carry forts that can outrange everything on the opponent's board. Since he never took Elite, I mean, at this point, he's only got the two of them. So there was no real point in spending 400 on it. But since he doesn't have Elite, this thing never outranges the melters, and it was always going to get turned off by electromagnetic barrage anyways. So, Giant Specialist too quick to respond to that, and gets himself into Exodia, beating Fort, Stang, and Abyss. So well done to Lepaco, who was your Advanced Group 2 runner-up in the 2v2 tournament Asia last week. Apucci over Party Toss. Lepaco over Reven was the big upset of round 3, it looks like. Acowl beats Magician. Dorgon over Skip to Skip. Red Scare beat Zeal. We saw Baller over Fleet Command. Ooh beats Doxon, who you faced last night. So unfortunate that we don't get to cast another Doxon match. I was actually hoping he'd make it a little bit further. Godius Prime, who survived that 1 hit point scare, decided to leave himself just a little bit more breathing room this time. Munitron ends Rider Lives run at 2-0. Crispy Bacon had a no ready up from Rio Grande, and Shadoff, who we cast in round 1, beats Hannibal. Hannibal, of course, the player who had upset Zemp, so their run comes to a close. And that is your unbeatens. We'll have 11 left, with it looks like the Magician in the spoiler role facing Shadoff. Unlucky. Godius Prime against Apucci. Baller against Red Scare. Those are two good games. Which one do you fancy, my friend?
I'm in no rush to cast Apucci because I have every confidence that he's. I really think that it's early yet for him to be dropped. I almost think the Red Scare game could be really strong. And interesting to watch against Baller. Would be a really good match. Apucci versus Godius Prime is tempting, though, I will say, in spite of whether or not I think that he's going to drop. Or we could take the 6-7 or the middle match of the set. Honestly, lots of great options.
There are lots of great options. That's why I was pointing it out. I think I'm going to show either Apucci or Red Scare. So, and since we just showed Baller, maybe we'll do.
Let's go ahead
Apucci
and do
Godius Prime. Yeah.
There you go. We only got the tail end of Godius Prime the last time.
Exactly.
That's fair.
He says, Reven says, save replay, retry the second to last round, and go all in on Elite Fort, easily win the round, and almost win the game. And that is one of the most frustrating feelings, right? When you have, you've looked at it and, then find the line that you didn't run, that you had been considering running.
I very much felt like you either needed to click Elite or potentially sell the fort, but the fort was still valuable, but it was getting turned off. Yeah,
Yep.
it was tough.
That is rough. Yeah, well, at least you know what to do the next time this precise board comes up again. Wait. So congratulations, GG's Lapako. Well done. And good luck in your match against Shadoff.
I love Elite Fort too. It is so strong. It's great because it can just, once it outscales Melter range, it just can become utterly out of control. It does so much damage. It's incredibly fun to be able to play. Like your Godzilla Titan mech just marching around almost.
It is my favorite feeling. Big stompy mechs. And I mean, you guys know. You guys know how much I like it. favorite unit 3 seasons in a row. You did, Eisenhorn? Eisenhorn says he had a dream fort game yesterday. I love it. And Toast says, yeah, Elite Forts, ER Fort is so good. Well, yeah, is Elite Fort plus extra ranged fort is just amazing.
Yes. And the Elite obviously leverages a bunch of range. I will say that the health loss on ER Fort is always a little spooky. So unless I'm in a standard v standard,
right,
I won't take that even on my elites most of the time.
Right. If I'm in aggro or in defense, it's not the right choice. But if it is a standard fort, I'm definitely taking it.
Yes, and it's one of the scariest cards because even without elite, ER forts can outrange melters, and then once you get any levels, like level 2 with elite and ER is just untouchable, even almost to melter rockets. Yes, Baller loves his Mustangs.
I mean, Baller plays so many different things that I'm surprised he has a favorite.
That's true.
The game ought to give him
honestly also true.
The game ought to give him a question mark. Like, no, man, no clue.
Like most played unit with 4% of played.
Yeah, right.
Now, Baller probably plays Mustangs 15 to 20% of the time, which is a lot of the percentage of the time for a player like Baller.
Right. Wait, okay. So we have Apuchi versus Baller instead of Red Scare. So somebody abandoned having one that looks like a Skay. Abandons, and that leaves us 10 unbeaten. So we had a change up of the matchups. So Lapaco versus Shadoff, Codius Prime versus Crispy Bacon, Baller versus Apuchi, Acal versus Red Scare, and Amunatron versus Dorgon.
Apuchi versus Apuchi fan. I feel like that writes itself.
It does kind of write itself.
I would really like to see that match. We've got people we definitely need to see, but I want to watch Apuchi versus Apuchi fan. I think that's just too funny.
Channel point predictions are up for those of you that enjoy that sorts of things.
Apuchi bullying his #1 fans in Mechabellum confirmed.
Exactly. Crispy Bacon is Doxson. Okay. Wait, no, Doxson was in this earlier under his own name.
Yeah, that's not right.
That isn't right.
Unless somebody else was playing as Doxson somehow.
No. Doxson was in this.
I think that it's reasonable to expect Apuchi to win, but I have seen Baller upset Apuchi a disproportionate number of times. So there is something about playing Baller that is tricky in a way that, like, it's a little bit like playing Cody,
right?
Where something can spiral out of control on you when you're not prepared for it, and it can be a runaway. Except Baller has, I'm not quite sure sophisticated is the right term. He's not more sophisticated than Cody, but I think that he has maybe a more solid chassis for the hyperscaling pop-offs to kind of manifest. But they are similar stylistically, and I actually think they would be hilarious as duos partners for that reason.
Oh yeah,
I don't know if they would
goodness,
complement each other necessarily, but it would be hilarious.
it would be pretty funny.
I
Well,
would be terrified of that team because
yes,
like anything could happen.
yep. How did we get here?
Right.
All right, we've got our channel point predictions up. Welcome back to those of you that see ads. Welcome to round 4 of Weekend Tournament European number 105. Apucci versus number 1 Apucci fan. Now, we were thinking about casting Red Scarab's match. His opponent didn't even show up, so Red Scarab has a free win out of that last round, which gets us into Apucci versus Apucci fan. Apucci fan, of course, is Baller.
That amp specialist is so good.
Well, I did make this comment when streaming your matches last night, but Amplify Specialist and Training Specialist are the two weakest in my experience. Like if I look at my stats, those are the two that I have really struggled to make work. One of the things watching that tournament, watching people who do run Amplify Spec well, like Apucci, is watching where they put them. And I'm going to point out, Apucci took it without a Mustang starter. One of the things that I was doing as a kind of a mistake that I could kind of point out to myself is giving the small amp core to a Mustang starter and getting only plus 20% on my most experienced Mustang, which you're later going to want to plus 70% on if you get one, right? You're going to want to put the real attack or real amplifying core on it. And then you're also not getting any value out of the plus 20% hit points by putting it on something like that. So Apucci is just going to go straight to the Hounds, gets them up to 295.
I was curious if he was going to pick Hound or Sledge, and he was debating too.
You could see him think about it. Yep.
Debatably the wrong pick into Spider in particular, though, because Spider's bully Hounds. I'm really surprised he chose the Hounds instead of putting 2 of them on the Sledges. That'll be interesting to watch. The other thing I was going to say is that Amp Core to me is a specialist that rides or dies on the units in the pack. So I think that could also be why its win or loss is dangerous, because it really needs something to wear those Amp Cores.
Well,
and in my opinion, Sabers and Spiders are the 2 best packs for them. Not Saber, sorry, Sledges and Spider are the 2 best packs for them.
Yeah, what I was going to say was I think I was looking at Stang Hound as being really, really strong, but putting it on the Stangs instead of the Hounds. Or, I would sometimes put it on a Sledge start, and that's probably the spots that I'm getting wins out of it. But, I think I was picking the wrong... I think my head was causing me to pick the Amplify spec on the wrong units.
It is worth noting that specifically the mini 20% really helps in Arclight matchups. It also lets them one-shot crawlers.
Yes.
And that alone can be incredibly valuable.
Right.
The aggro player here, Elite Rhino is tempting, Redeploy is tempting. I really think Apucci takes one of those. It could be intensive.
I actually wonder if he's thinking about mass-produced Sledge real quick.
Not for Apucci. He's already got 2 of the regulars. He's going to nerf his board substantially, and into Spiders, you are just feeding. You want that into balls, not Spiders, because the health on those matters a lot.
Sure.
It's Rhino or Redeploy here. Maybe intensive, I guess. Although intensive is more tempting for the Spider player, so I'm a little surprised that wasn't there as the pickup, because the Spider levels are super strong.
Called it!
Oh my goodness!
You love Sledge and getting them mass-produced.
I haven't seen him pick when he has that.
Worth dropping the value on the previous ones to have a 100 cost chaff.
Maybe.
That has... It's literally... This is now a Hound that outperforms the Hound. It costs 100. There's 5 of them. They have 2,400 hit points. The Hound has 1,000. They do 425 per shot compared to the Hound's 295. And remember that 295 is with the small amp cores. So Apuchi just straight into a solid unit at buying them out at 100. Now, we know they give away a ton of experience. That is the downside. You don't really want to play them like chaff, where their intention is to die. You actually do want them to do some real work. But being able to throw out...
I will say, Baller going into the Mustangs is definitely lining up a sledge armor option, which I would almost bet Pucci's not running armor anymore.
Nope.
He added EMP.
Heal.
Oh my goodness. Well, he was specifically not running EMP because he wasn't running carry sledge.
Right.
And he had been doing that up until even like a week ago.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if Baller checked before he added, because now their lower hit point pool means that Mustangs can really potentially bully them. And a Mustang spider board is really scary, actually.
Pucci takes the... Baller took the 4 arc lights, and Apuchi takes the melter. So
I like the 4 arc light pick. It'll really help against these weaker sledges and just kind of soften them up for the Mustangs to hopefully farm levels.
Right. Red Scarab does point out you can always sell the original. The game remembers the purchase price. So if you click on one of the ones that was bought mass produced, you can sell that one for 100. If you click on one of the OG sledges from that original formation, when you sold those, you would get 200. So if you do
They are, of course, still nerfed, but you get the money.
Right. They have the same stats. They're now mass-produced, so they've been reduced, but you can sell them for full value. The game's pretty good about remembering that, and that is true for all of the things that discount prices, or nothing can increase the price once something's on the board. So.
I think this is Apuchi cooking. I wonder into this board whether this was correct, especially into Marksman, which can now reliably one-tap. It'll be interesting to see how this scales into the mid-game and how Baller responds, although I would have really liked to have seen more Spider to kind of capitalize on this. Baller is Chaff Light, so the melting point will definitely get its value right now.
Well, and especially Chaff Light now that Mech Rage is on those sledges, so they are just clearing this board. And, yeah, the Marksmen are bringing them down, but he's not running rapid reload, so they're not going to be bringing down sledges quickly enough. And the sledge board. Mass-produced sledge gets the round 3 win for Apuchi. 45-88 to 38-10. Apuchi ahead. In our local betting, Apuchi was the 3-1 favorite. That betting went 2-1 in his favor.
Salt Scorp is so good here.
And Baller skipped it. How do you skip a Salt Scorp? It is just,
I mean, if you skip that, then you have to take the EMP then, because the EMP is so good with Techs already coming down.
And Apuchi is going to turn off Techs on 3 of the Marksmen, 2 of the Tarantulas, and 1 pack of Mustang. He doesn't know about that Mustang. It's new, but it is there. Is that a big yawn? You were up so late last night. I love it.
Uh-oh. I will try to be a little more careful. I'm sorry.
It just made me smile to know why you were awake so late. Of course, for anybody just tuning in, congratulations to my co-caster, Alpha Titan, who turned the page from amateur to professional last night. Congrats on winning the Mecha Mini Masters, my friend.
Thank you. Hackers would be insane here. Apuchi is like literally just dead on board to hackers. So hard. And then the sledges will get hacked in the blink of an eye. He has no burst damage to worry about, other than I guess the Marksman one-tapping being anti-synergy.
Yeah. Baller's like, wait, oh yeah, hackers, they exist. Yeah, these are now double-tech sledges with nothing in front of them. And
the healing doesn't matter to hackers either.
The field maintenance doesn't matter to the hacker, although it will help to reduce the the contribution that the Mustangs are making, for example, to the hack is going to be kind of reduced. But
Yes.
the field maintenance also gives them plus 30% hit health, so they're back up to 3164. Which, if you brought out a level 1 marksman, it would no longer be enough to one-tap a level 1 sledge. But,
honestly, the marksman would have a lot of anti-synergy with hackers, so it may not be the right board for it. Because those marksmen are one-tapping the sledges.
Red Scarab says, "Oh no, don't do it. I didn't mean to actually feed Baller ideas." Yeah, I don't understand how Baller is able to listen to the tourney cast. And especially with us 90 seconds late.
Right, like a round late, it's still relevant, but like it's
much less
delayed.
so.
Yeah, we don't know what the board looks like when we're saying this because we're saying it on a 1 round delay.
Yeah. He says, "Nah, it's fine. I got 3 streams on at the same time and Spotify." And
how can you hear anything?
And
let alone your own thoughts.
And I've got 4 TVs with NBA games on them.
And healing sledges is interesting, but because it scales off of the max health, the actual healing is substantially less.
Right.
So leveled Mustangs, like this play, especially without armor, is absolutely playing into Baller's Mustang favorite line. And once he gets AP on those Mustangs, it's going to be dangerous. Although he really needs a crawler to protect those level 3 Mustangs in the corner.
Yeah. These guys are doing
against those 2 packs of sledge.
Yeah, the level 3 Mustangs are doing a bunch. In this corner, it's a level 3 Wasp, not Mustang.
Oh, that's a Wasp.
So
okay.
that is just going to win over there. Don't worry about that.
Yes, it absolutely will.
And very solid. Yeah. Actually, speaking of all the voices, Turbo, I used to work at, you guys know I did game development. One of the places I worked on was doing parsing the live streams from sporting events to provide basically like mini betting within the thing. Like, so, do you want to bet that this guy's going to hit a home run? Do you want to bet that this pitcher can, strike out and get out of the inning without letting it run? Whatever it is. So we literally would had a wall of TVs with current sporting events going on.
Oh my goodness.
All day long. Like, do you know how many MLB games there are concurrently all the time?
Oh,
every weekday
has a gazillion games,
and it is so insane. Many of them. Like, there are still cities that don't even permit night baseball, so all their games are home. All their home games are daytime. Like, it's just bizarre. Yeah, we had a drinking problem. The only way to fix it was to make sure they can't drink at night. That melter will handle the what? Well, that was how you drew that up, right, Apucci? Melter Marksman handling the Wasps, and that drops Baller down to 3080. Poochie's at 3997.
AP for Baller goes so hard here. I definitely think that Scorching Vulcan just absolutely torches this. Sabretooth is super tanky, though.
There are the hackers. That is Red Scarab's suggestion. He's... So they are elite recruited, triple recruited, level 2, and instantly given range. He does not run 5 control, so he's not got the ability to bring down 5 sledges at once. And I don't think that was going to happen anyways, because the sledges are coming in vertically instead of horizontally, so you would be like locking 5 beams on the lead sledge rather than retargeting. Hacker beams don't retarget once they've locked on. Because obviously that would be terrible.
That would be miserable.
Like, there are some things that I'm glad they retarget, but Hacker would not be one of them.
That would be miserable. Yes,
Hacker and Melter.
Targeting.
Yeah, melting point energy diffract. Retargeting would be terrible.
Like doing literally 2 to 5 damage to each target as they rotate beams. As a useless disco.
The most useless disco ball in the game. Apucci takes a range on the Farseers, so he took 1 from the drop, I think, and brings out 3 of them at level 1, all with range, and Baller funded this huge investment in hackers by taking the high-level Sabretooth and selling it for insta cash value. Now, Hacker is a great counter to a normal sledge board. I don't often publicize this. It is one of the things that scares me. When Saab was running a full carry production war factory, hacker is one of the things that works against that too, because you can hack the produced units, the sledges and steel balls, and get them to retarget uselessly.
Particularly if they use mech div steel balls, then you're actually turning it into like 5 bodies for you.
Your own chaff, yeah, exactly. 6 kills required to bring this one steel ball down. So the hackers worked beautifully for Baller, and he gets a haste module to improve one of them. He's on 3,000 hit points. Apuchi down to 2,450. Now, Baller has beaten Apuchi in multiple finals, and they have a really weird history where Apuchi tends to win if they meet anywhere other than the finals, and Baller tends to win when they meet in a final. I don't understand it, but I think it was 2 out of 3 of Baller's titles come by beating Apuchi in the final. So Apuchi took the electromagnetic impact.
Yeah, the EMAG is so good here.
And
it's just a really valuable spell to have.
Whole bunch of shields. There's not great shield break on Baller's board, right? The very few pieces. Yeah, the very few pieces that shield break are the marksmen.
I think it's needed, but I don't think it's enough.
I actually wonder if he's thinking about range. He sells out of another. I think that's the last hound sold. He does take the range. So here's what's going on with that thought. He's gonna get them to fight from in the bubbles for as long as possible.
Right, you keep them in the shields 100%.
Not letting them drive out
in
front of it. And extra
Baller's
range.
Wow.
Scanning radar farseers. Now you're cooking, Apuchi. Let's go, baby.
He's playing to his outs. Baller's shield, by the way, was a little sloppy because that hacker did not have to lose its range.
The hacker in the middle got deranged, yes.
You could have protected all 3 of those and not lost any Mustang protection coverage.
Reven says, Apuchi should just settle out of the sledges. It'll be fine. He'll be out of them by round 24.
Oh my goodness.
Love it. Simple. Holy smokes, it is close, but it is the line that works for Apuchi. And with 3 Farseers, that is what gets Apuchi a 900 hit point damage on Apuchi Fan. The OG's at 2480, a Baller at 2190. Baller skips yet again. There's a nuke, a super supply, an absorption module. But I suspect Apuchi's line is exactly the same. Shields everywhere. And it looks like he's going to take the nuke, clip the edge of the shield. This is perfect, right? If that shield is up, and he assumes it is going to be because he lost, it didn't bring it down last round. He wants to just clip the edge of it, bring the shield down, and make sure that he's covering as much of the rest of the board as he can. Baller has a defense to that, as long as these hackers have shield barriers up. They are going to be fine. They will survive. If you don't know, a shield barrier will completely absorb 1 damage up to its current hit points. So the nuke doesn't penetrate the shield and then kill things underneath it. It kind of air bursts on top of the shield. It would kill, for example, these guys, these ones if they're out in front, but anything in under those bubbles will be alive.
I really think that Baller would be well served by putting 1 hacker at that double sledge flank. I think that's a lot of sledges that he would guarantee to steal, and then would trickle in
as late chaff.
To pull Apuchi's units into that kind of diagonal direction, letting him kind of have a focused hack and concentrate on what was in front of him. Right. This nuke is huge for Apuchi, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very valuable because it's coming down on the strongest shield bubbles. So, of course, sledges are pretty poor at breaking shields themselves, and none of those shield bubbles are going to survive the. None of those are going to survive the nuke there. Pucci also brought in some crawlers. Those are good against everything on the board. Nuke lands, the shields are down. And as long as the Farseers, which he did take the level on one of them, by the way. So as long as the Farseers are getting the work done, that is kind of connecting with hackers. But there are 7 hackers on the board, 6-5. And 5 hackers are just overwhelming even the Farseers. It worked last round. It does not work this round.
And with a nuke, that's a bad sign.
That's a terrible sign. Pucci down to 1,300 hit points. Baller at 2180 going into round 9. Get our drop, Fire Badger, Phoenix, Vulcan, and Sandworm. I would expect Pucci to be debating Phoenix or Worm.
Yes.
Worm being...
Because the Worm can't be hacked easily and the Phoenix is in the air. I think the Worm is a mistake, though. The hackers are so high level, it will steal them, and then it will absolutely body your own sledges. I think Bird is correct, and he takes the Bird.
And yeah, Bird for the shield break. And this is one of those cases where Launcher Overload is way better than Charged Shot because of the way that the hacking is working. You want them to target, blow up the thing that was hacked, and then retarget back out into the hackers before the next hack happens. So look for a Launcher Overload, but not Charged Shot from Pucci if he goes down that route.
Or even Pucci literally played into hacker. This is the most play into hackerable board I think I may have ever seen, or close to it. So the unit exists. It wasn't a drop. This was invited. I love Pucci, but he absolutely left himself open to this line, and it is tough though.
I'm going to point out how much of that is Pucci, and maybe even having a little, notebook in his head that Baller doesn't think of hacker. Right?
Interesting. That might be possible.
Where
I don't know.
He might have skipped that same deploy, that same card. He might have skipped against Red Scarab if he thinks that Red Scarab would be more likely to have thought of the hacker solution.
I am curious. The more Pucci adds crawlers, the more of a shot he's got.
Yes, I do feel the same. There is that flank hacker now, but it's only brought 1 sledge over.
I think it was placed too safely.
Yeah. The Wasps do all the work out there anyways. It's going to be very similar. This time there are way too many shields up. The Phoenix are not getting it done without Launcher Overload. They're just spending all their time on hacked. They're spending all their time on hacked units. Launcher Overload does double the DPS output, unlike the Marksman version, which doesn't. And not taking that, I don't know if that would have turned it alone, but Baller gets the dub with a big assist from Red Scarab. Let's go! That is a bit rough. Even the replicate...
Mustang carry, he says. That was hacker carry. The Mustangs put in work, don't get me wrong, but you never even gave the Mustangs AP.
And it is a level 4 hacker over here. You know that guy was a hero. You know this one was too. And yeah, it's a level
0
5
damage. Clearly no contribution.
Yes, clearly no contribution. Oh yes. That happens because you had to do those resets between rounds. Your MMR is now pending. So you are going to want to remember to do your 3 restarts of the game between rounds again.
Right.
Sorry, sir. I know that's going to be a pain. Pucci,
I'm really glad we watched this one.
This was a fun one to watch.
I do think that the sledge play was a mistake given the meta and given the position they were in. I think that Spiders also win from that position pretty convincingly. I think AP on the Mustangs goes really hard in that position. I think without armor on the bar, the mass sledge without other chaff and just massing them has too many counters right now. Raiden, Scorpions are strong. Hackers, yeah.
Around the group, Shadoff, your number 1 seed, did beat Lepaco, so he is through to the final 5. We saw Baller over Pucci. Dorgon beat Immunotron. We knew that Red Scare had beaten Acowl when Acowl from the 101 did not show up. Crispy Bacon gets the win over Godius Prime. That is going to leave us with 5 unbeaten. It looks like Fleet Command will be in the spoiler role against Shadoff. We would have Dorgon against Crispy Bacon and Baller against Red Scare. If this continues the way it is, I mean, obviously there could be one more minor point coming that adjusts this lineup. We will see in a minute. The Wasps were huge for defending that flank, yes. Absolutely.
Also true for several rounds.
Yep. Congrats to those of you who bet on Baller. We'll be right back after messages. Whew. I'm going to go grab water and coffee. So, entertain.
So yeah, that was a fun game to watch. I am a little surprised, Baller, that you never took AP on the Mustangs. Was it just a money issue? Or did you feel it was unnecessary? What was the decision making behind that? Because obviously you won, but I also think that I think it would have been a very high output proactive play. Also, Zalix made a good point about anti-missile with Farseers being so much of the real damage. A couple of anti-missile devices would have been incredibly strong, I think, though clearly not necessary. And if there were techs or deploys that were always eating up all the money, then I don't think it was a priority. I will say, though, Farseer is actually fairly good at killing hacked units quickly, which can then let your army not get stuck in the, like, turn to shoot your friend, turn to shoot the bad guy, get hacked, turn to shoot your friend, and kind of lock them into a dance where your army does nothing. So the relatively fast rate of fire and the 0 turn speed of Farseer can really help to break that kind of stun lock phenomenon that hackers can induce, which was interesting to look at. The round that Apuchi won, I think, was in large part because his Farseers could kill the hacked sledges quickly without having to turn, and thus the turn speed wasn't stun locking the sledges as badly.
Nice. Yes, that is actually true. The stun lock is what is really crippling to sledges, because so many of them will shoot the same unit, and they all have to turn. One of the reasons that my suggestion, if we ever wind up with sledges needing a buff, which I think you and I both agree they don't right now, but if we ever do get to a meta where sledges need a buff, I actually think the sledge buff should be turret rotation speed, but not unit rotation speed.
Yes, it's interesting. I actually believe the health of Sledgehammer in the meta is one of the best reflections of the health of the meta categorically.
Yes.
Because what Sledgehammer is fundamentally a good backbone unit that is hard to carry with, but can with healthy investment. And if that is never an option or viable, then something is too oppressive, or air is too strong. I have felt like when sledges are good is when the meta is at its healthiest.
And there are
consistently over the course that I have played the game.
Yep, and when there are many viable solutions to the board states.
Exactly.
That's what, actually, I kind of agree with that.
And there's a lot of things that counter sledges,
and that's,
which is good, but they are also good into a lot of things, and that is like also a microcosm of being a reflection of healthy meta.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. That's really neat. That's a cool observation. I'll pass that actually along to Bearlike I think that's actually valuable to have in their ear. I did want to talk really quickly with you about how varied your boards were last night, because we made a observation this morning. I was just thinking about it myself, and then you commented on it yourself as well. Seriously, you won 7 matches, right? Well, 6 matches to get through.
6 matches, right?
and you won with 6 different boards. Is that so completely different carry unit, different everything, like literally different chaff clear? So not getting
it was a little bit of reusing Melter and Vulcan, but I only played a Vulcan Melter board once. There were Vulcans on other boards and Melters on other boards, but each comp was distinct.
Yes.
And
first off, I wanted to say I think that speaks a lot to your maturity as a player. If there was a knock on you in pregame, going into that, we were thinking like, Titan's really good, but he's very solid, but he doesn't have the creativity to go that deep, that wide, and you really proved that wrong. So congratulations for that. What brought you to exploring that many different lines? Is that something that you did in the scrims, or?
So I'll try to be quick about that, but the short answer is I've been playing some of my matches that I've just been enjoying for fun with Arctorius and Rage and Spade and Stony, where they have been having a little bit of some wackier comps, but also like when we're playing our scrims, we are just kind of throwing down units. And it's been interesting to see, like, if we are forcing ourselves to only take units that unlock via drop, like no manual unlocks. You can unlock a unit if you get an alteration card or if you get a drop for it. And looking at how can this unit carry, how can this unit defend, and it really teaches you to value the cards. And I feel like almost every game I leverage something that you can't do in a cookie cutter match, because the cards or my specialist enabled me to take a unique line.
That is a really interesting observation. It ties really nicely into the VOD, or the video that Rat did recently, which was talking about following the heart of the cards, is why we were doing those Friday heart of the cards matches. So yeah, that's really cool. That's really neat to hear.
So that's to me where that came from. I will say in some of the matches that I lost, I felt like I didn't get a direction, but I also felt like I was trying to force quote unquote something, and I allowed myself to be second guessed in a couple of those. And there was a moment in the first match that I win versus Doxson where I just decided to play a comp I'm not confident in, but I was getting the tools to run it. And so I decided to commit to something that is incredibly outside of my wheelhouse.
Yes.
And it worked. And I was like, you know what? If I know that I can play good comps that I'm not confident with conceptually, but I know that it works, and I'm going to use what the game gives me, I just decided I'd rather go down swinging on something that I think I can believe in than try to play something in a forced capacity, because I think that I can become predictable when I force.
Yes.
And there are players that are substantially weaker than me that actually have somewhat winning records when they play me in standard. When I am defending aggro, I adapt very well. That is like my happy place.
Right.
But in standard, I can get a little redundant, and breaking that was incredibly good.
Yeah, I mean, to go from, you had a, let's see if I can remember them all. You had a Carry Fort, you had a Exodia Vulcan Melter, you had a Vulcan Marksman, you had a Carry Abyss, you had a Production War Factory. Like, that is 5 wildly different builds, and it was.
And then I had a Heavy Arc Melter.
Oh, that's right, the Heavy Arc Melter game to close. I mean, it's just spectacular diversity. I really, really recommend anybody to go watch that, rewatch it yourself. I really hope you enjoy it. I mean, I'd almost love to do a little watch party where I listen in on your takes.
That could be fun.
That could be fun. We'd have to figure out timing for it.
Oh my gosh, that in my opinion is the best aggro pack, or close to it.
All right, welcome to round 5. There are 5 left, so this game might be our quarterfinal or our semifinal, depending on how spoilers matches go this round and next round. Red Scare of 94, near side Blue, the mini tournament America's champion from this week. So congratulations on
Nice.
that one. Looking to add the big one, the European weekend title, to his repertoire. He coached, if you will, coached Baller through beating Apucci in the previous round. Now he has to face a Baller. Baller on the far side, red supply specialist that you liked with that Tarantula and Fang start. And
Not taking crawlers though is rough. I really feel like Spider Spec wants to somewhat either they want to be quick and play the 4 spider start for tempo, or they want to try and focus the experience into their starting spiders to get levels.
right,
So I kind of don't like this lose a deploy, split the difference approach personally.
right.
But I do like the spider fang with supply because there's so much you can do. The birds are easier to afford. There's a lot of power here.
Now,
and headbutting spiders is spooky.
I'm going to point something out, though. Red Scare spent 60 seconds thinking about what one unit he was going to unlock on round 1 into this board.
Hound into spider. Interesting.
I think it's an interesting choice, right? But he's also just seen what Butler was going to run out of Tarantula, he thinks, right? He might have ideas of where he wants to go to beat it. He might be looking at the sledges, at the hounds as the chaff clear carry, and the sledges as the tank, and being able to run those in completely different roles. You see he's running both field maintenance and damage sharing. So that is a full tank build from a sledge. It doesn't have armor, but it's tanky. You know, you can get huge hit point boosts from those.
And Link has been more popular of late as a finisher, especially since people know not to run Milter into sledge boards.
Right.
It lives in the back of your mind. It can definitely be dangerous. Now, that tower timing was really good for Red Scare, but I still like the unit matchup for Baller presently. But round 1, lack of deploys hurt. Ooh, free bird. I'm almost certain that's what Baller took.
Yes, it is exactly what he took. Red Scare thinks about it and also decides that's the right choice. I think it's pretty clear. You want a nice single target damage dealer to add to this board. There was really no doubt about that for either player, and neither of them had a single target damage dealer yet. The Phoenix is your unit of choice. They run very similar bars, the difference being Red Scare is running Energy Shield Quantum Reassembly, and Baller is running the Electromagnetic and Elite Marksman. So, they both have range and charge shot available.
Yes, and charge shot right now is, I think, almost oppressively strong. It is so good.
I actually wonder if... I have said this before. I don't think there should be strict ATK increases at this level for anything. Right? In regards
with no performance downside. Like, the range is a negative,
this
but
is a negative,
it doesn't cost you rate of fire. It doesn't affect the unit's raw performance like AP on sledges do, or other places where the attack interval changes, like charge shot. And even then, 175 damage may just be too much burst front-loaded regardless.
Right. Red Scare did take a second bird, and that's going to be the difference in this round. He took a second bird, while Baller took a 4th Tarantula. 4th Tarantula does not shoot up, and doesn't have AA on the bar, so it's not going to. At least, not yet.
I'm going to make a Baller-specific prediction and say that he takes Spider Mine next round.
Interesting.
Baller loves his fast Spider Mine.
Okay.
When he takes Quick Supply, he takes Spider Mine on round 2 sometimes.
Wow.
And as Supply in particular, he takes it very quickly.
Interesting. Okay, I can see it.
And he takes the Efficient Tech for it.
Efficient Tech makes it even cheaper. He has already clicked it. Dude, it's like you're watching this game in the future. Are you in Finland? Can you confirm or deny that you're in Finland? Are you not in? Watching the game live on Baller's back, Baller's shoulder.
That would be hilarious. I have just played a lot of games against Baller in particular. He and I have played a lot of 2s, and he and I have scrimmed a lot. And Baller is somebody that I have a fondness for, despite some of his more abrasiveness. That is actually not always my style. he means well in a way that is genuine, which is strange to say, despite his tendency to be more abrasive. But one of the things that I love about him in particular is that in our gameplay, I just felt utterly outclassed in the 2v2s that we played on your channel in the months prior, and
Yep.
like I felt like he was my nemesis. He just kind of always had my number, even when I felt like I was better. He just beat me. And about a month and a half ago, he said that he feels like he is like, oh no, it's Alpha Titan on the other side. And I have gotten to the point where I have a win record, and Baller's amazing, but he is kind of a benchmark of my own progression in a way that is kind of personal.
Yeah, that makes good sense. I can totally see it. And of course, you just won a tournament that he was in, so so congratulations on that. Even if you were not the one that eliminated him, he's we'll blame his alarm.
And those mines are
Yeah.
just putting in huge work.
Right. Now, this goes opposite the advice that I was giving about spider mines, right? Here, it's clearly a tempo play, right? We're going to get a bunch of tempo out of that. We do almost 1,000 damage, bring Red Scare down to 3372. He's still barely ahead, 33 to 30,000. But, you know, that bit there is because the spider mines don't give the XP back to the killing unit, the creating unit, the way that a lot of other things do. So
Right.
the tarantulas won't level as quickly when the spider mines are actually getting kills.
But they are also so strong in a headbutt in particular. It is just insane.
Yeah, there's no time to kill them in the headbutt, right?
Exactly.
So yeah, it's one of those where I prefer to get the levels into the tarantulas and bring spider mines in late. I find that early spider mine encourages hacker as a solution, because you can hack one mine and then the other one blows
Also
up
true,
with
and
it.
I've beaten the Baller with hackers into spiders enough that like, that is multiple times. So much so that the last time I played Baller, when he did Spider Cage, I blind hackered the round that he clicked Spider Mine because I knew it was coming.
You knew it was coming that hard. Amazing.
Yes,
and of course,
fun.
There's a huge difference in terms of a 750 hit point spider mine versus a 1500 versus like a 2250
yes, there
hit point
is.
in terms of how quickly the hacker hacks it. Now this is the other option. We already know sabers are really strong against tarantulas specifically, and oh, by the way, secondary armament, the shot does 2,000 damage, so it's going to kill a spider mine if the spider mine is the target for the shallow, the short gun secondary armament, and you don't care if the saber outranges it because your shorter range armament is clearing the mines. Nice little flank from Baller, gets the backside of the
really good
Phoenix. That was a great add on top of the
would have been a miserable round without that too. With
I think so, yeah.
Add of the sabers.
Yep.
The other thing here, by the way, is
it's a 800, 900 hit point round, and Red Scare is down to 2,400.
Playing the sabers like this though makes them very hackable, and those side guns devastate you on defense. So he is opening himself up to some dangerous counter hack lines by playing the unit that way.
Wasps are the take for Baller. We saw him use those really, really well against Tapuchi. And
into a Farseer drop that's a little dubious, but it's still just a good unit.
Looking at the opposite side, I'm kind of surprised we don't see Raiden into this many Sledge and Hound. From Baller's perspective, is what I might have thought of. But he's gone for 4
also
Wasps,
strong.
5 Wasps. So, you can't argue with weight of numbers. Well, you can. It just doesn't go well when your upshoot consists of, excuse me...
Oh no, he sold a Farseer the round they took them.
Oh, dear. So he took 2...
You're gonna regret that life choice.
Yeah, he took 2, but sold the one that would have been on the opposite side. Here's all the Wasps.
You need a chaff against this. Okay, there's the chaff to lock that saber. Good.
On this
flank, that insta-lock
yeah.
hurt.
Yeah, this guy had an insta-lock here that was really nice. And I mean, that was good positioning. That might be what talked Red Scare into that front positioning for those.
Also, I will say, for Red Scare, I would have played that Farseer back 4 tiles, because if Baller hadn't sold it, the bird.
Yeah.
This Farseer will not cover that.
Won't turn around on
It'll
it.
get pulled forward.
Mhm.
So I think you lose very little by playing it a little bit deeper to kind of hedge that.
Right.
That said, the crawlers might pull the Phoenix to the Farseer, which might have also been the idea potentially.
Right, but again, a mobile beacon ignores that and just
Right.
gets it covered. So
I think that was unnecessarily risky.
right, and we have talked about sometimes you do have to take a riskier line when needing the.
I don't think that he was in a position where he had to take that risk. But yes, sometimes you have to take risks, like selling an important unit, hoping that the unit it's countering also gets sold.
Right.
Who would do something that crazy?
Exactly right. That is again half of his hit points. Red Scare down to 981. Baller on 3,000 and on the verge of the semifinals. Takes a slow tempo choice here, the Efficient Light, but he's already got Efficient Light and Additional Deploy. He'll be able to just slap a zillion units out right now, and that is where he's going with this. It's elite recruited double, triple tarantula. And he just sold one of the level 2 wasps. So what he has pulled there is convincing Red Scare to take the Mustangs as the wasp counter with AA. He's already selling out of the wasps and transitioning into the next thing. So speaking of selling the thing before it gets countered, but what's going on there, right, is he's now going for the finish because he has prevented Hacker from coming out. If Red Scare had gone Hackers on, 5, he winds up losing to the Wasps. If he goes Hackers on round 6, he might be worried about seeing 3 or even 4 more Wasps appear. So he's got to respect that possibility. And yeesh. I think this is just the finish, but we'll see if Red Scare can buy another round with some field maintenance on his sledges. It is enough to survive a sentry missile over there, but just a zillion spider mines all pushing together. These ones are going for the tower.
Are gonna take that tower. Yep.
Not yet, but close.
Slow.
One moment.
Honestly, he wins it even without the tower take.
Doesn't need the tower. He's just through. And that is Baller beating your mini tournament champion from America's This Week, Red Scare of 94. Quality player. But man, kathump. That was.
This is where, all the way back to the beginning matchup, I don't think you headbutt spiders with sledges. Well, it's just pain.
Right. We chose to come out on the line. We chose to add in 2 more units that are good chaff clear. We never even really got them into the mech rage that would need to improve their chaff clear, right? And so they are just kind of on or in trouble. So
right, you are playing into the spider's strength, which is its low speed and medium range, but really high tankiness, high rate of fire, good clear. And then this is Baller's happy place. Is you headbutt me when I have spiders.
Right. Let us step into Shadoff versus Fleet Command. Shadoff, the number 1 seed. If Fleet Command wins, then we will have a final with Baller in it. If not, we're going to have a semifinal. If Shadoff can buy us a win here, we might get a 7th round for this tournament. I don't know what's going on. We have a Farseer specialist with some shields, and EMP landing for Fleet Command. The Fire Badger specialist, there's oil on the ground from a couple of places.
Lots of health left on both sides. So we got a high-level late ball. I don't know if that was a flank guard or a drop, but it's been beaconed to try and take tower, while the push on the other side is being slowed by oil, so that way birds can try and kill it.
Air War is bird versus bird, supported by Farseer or Mustang, depending on which side you're on. Both birds are ranged, but no other techs yet.
that tower take is going to be really valuable for these birds on the right to tank some shots. Nice, and they survive. That's a really good round for Fleet Command. But that was a mass EMP and oil, both of which will not be here next round.
Right. Scorpion for Fleet Command. Fleet Command, of course, running the Quantum Reassembly. Shadoff is running a little bit more of a traditional Phoenix bar with EMP available. This looks like a match from the trailer. Very cinematic. Yeah, that's a good point. We're adding the Raidens. That's the other thing, is we're in like a zillion different units, right? We're almost showcasing every unit in the game.
We have Marksman and Phoenix and Raiden.
And Arclight and Scorpion and Mustang and Tarantula. Steel Ball.
Right.
Brawler.
I actually meant was on Shadoff's side. He's got 3 DPS units.
Oh, I see, yeah.
With Marksman and Phoenix specifically.
Right, Marksman.
Which he hasn't started selling out of.
Right.
There are birds on either side, so maybe they're just worth keeping. But you wanted birds anyway, so I honestly don't hate that. But it is showing a bit of a lack of deployed diversity.
Right, and you have done that also, I've seen, where when the game calls for it, you'll just keep a Marksman untapped.
That's true.
And just run the Phoenix, and I think that's what's going on here. They don't need range to be further back than the Tarantulas. They're going to hide behind their Tarantula partner, and then the Phoenix are the eventual long-term DPS. The Scorpion's doing a ton of work for Fleet Command, and is this going to stabilize with the Raidens for Shadow? The level on this guy would go a long way. The level here would go a long, long way. It does not get it. The Raiden didn't get the kill. Kill went to the Phoenix. So, just using the randomizer for unit placement. Oh yeah, we're missing rhinos. Can we get a rhino drop, Bearlake?
There's a lot of giants missing on this board as well.
That's true. That's true.
But yes, there's a very healthy showcase of diverse units on both sides of the board.
Did you say the meta might be healthy?
I did.
Yeah.
I actually think that that Scorpion was not a great pick for Fleet Command. There's not very much on the ground. And I kind of feel like there's enough chaff that the Scorpions really kind of underperformed.
Right. He already had the Phoenix for handling the Tarantulas. He could have charged shot at them and sold out of the Scorpions or some other drop. Both of them took the fire.
Right.
You've got fires in. Let's hit a Mustang. Let's make sure we avoid our own fire with this guy. Oh my god. Would you like those poor steel balls to drive straight through the fire? That's pretty amazing. Are we going to add more Raiden for Shadow? Game's really close, 1700 to 1700, essentially. Flank shields, because Fleet Command has the shield airdrop going. Shadow will get his back next round. So, must have skipped deploying at one round, otherwise they'd be on the same cadence.
Honestly, the boards are so spread out like this. Yes, fire is strong, and yes, it will be good, but it's less backbreaking for either player.
Right.
Than it could be.
It is targeting specific Mustangs and specific crawlers, rather than all of your chaff, sir. However, we do get a Phoenix flank that snipes a tower from Shadow.
Wow.
And that is brutal for Fleet
That's gonna
Command.
be game.
That looks like it's going to be backbreaking. There are 2 Phoenix left, trying to whittle it down to enough to buy. He does manage to buy one more round, at least. In fact, with a tower timing, it's not even a round loss for Fleet Command. Goodness.
Yes, it is.
1465 for Shadoff, a round win for Fleet Command. He's still at 1796. So.
And by the way, the fire from Shadoff, I felt like had better places to be, but that was to enable that tower take.
Yes.
So that's just a very interesting series of trade-offs. Not that it was a bad fire independent of the tower take.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a really good game, very close, very interesting.
Both players spending a lot of time thinking about the drop. Sledge, Typhoon, Melter, Storm. We've talked about Shadow already has 3 sources of single target. Does not need the Melter. There's no Wasp drop, which is helpful. He's going to take the Sledges. Fleet Command takes the Melter. So that gets Fleet Command into 3, even 4 single targets, if you count the Steel Balls. Melters are so deep. They get range, but they are very, very deep. Doxson starting wars in the comments. Star Trek, best Trek.
But see, the irony is Star Wars isn't a Trek; it's a war. So that's like the best way to sound like a hot take, but also be like almost 100% right. So, I love Star Trek. I love me some Star Trek. I mean, everybody, if you're into big stompy mechs, like you've got to have a somewhere in there the soft spot for the sci-fi.
Yeah, exactly.
These Raidens don't have EMP, correct?
Not currently.
They do not.
But they could.
They don't need it either, it looks like.
It looks solid for Shadoff this time. The Phoenix are reassembling, but not reassembling quickly enough. That is a game, set, and match for Shadoff. Fleet Command forgot temp range on that last round, it is true.
No!
Missed temp range on round 9 of a match. And it really cost him.
Raiden match and a bird mirror. That 10 range is...
It is the difference. It allows the
15
Raidens
range even, excuse me. It's so much better.
It allows the Raidens to outrange them by 10. It allows the Phoenix to outrange their partners by 15. And yeah, that was just huge.
You can't... That's crippling.
Yeah,
that's sad.
Don't forget your range, folks. And I was going to point out one of the things you do, and I've noticed I used to kind of have a habitual, it's late game, I'm going to click lone, range, and speed. One of the things that you and Arctorius both do is start the round by clicking temp range. And don't click the lone until much deeper into the round when you've done the math to figure out if there is something specific that the 200 buys you, or if you are better off not taking it, right? And you've seen more than once, it's not all the time sort of thing, but you've seen more than once where I've clicked the loan and then floated 200, and it's like, oops, well, you know, I'm just paying 100 to have this sitting in the pocket. Nope.
Doxson is right. On round 9, you click loan. That's correct. But the premise you're making is also correct. Oh, there was something I was going to say. I'm trying to remember what it was now. Raiden's range. Oh, in that matchup as well, Raiden EMP cripples Quantum Bird such that it is a bad take into Raiden.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Because if it works, at best it's a one-round play, and you kind of want the Raiden player to never click EMP, so giving them a juicy, like, one-and-done birds are dead line is definitely inviting that.
Right. I think Fleet Command was envisioning that was the last round and he needed to win or go home.
Fair.
And
oh, this is what I was going to say. Yesterday, during the tournament, what I would do after I would win or lose my last round is I would actually unmute your stream and Apucci's stream to get all 4 casters' takes on the final round.
Oh, wow. Okay. And, that's fun.
One of the things that Apucci said was, yeah, keep in mind it's $450 for 10 range. So temp range being 15 range for $100
Right.
is contextualized for how unbelievably strong it is.
Right.
When you think about it in those terms.
Yeah, that is a
because
really
it's a
good
quarter of the
observation.
cost for 150% of the impact, so it is a 600% value in terms of cost to output.
Although the other one does last forever, so
it's permanent.
It is
and
permanent.
That's what you're paying for.
Yeah, is the permanent.
But the point is the ability to break the. Also, both players can click temp range, which means it's not symmetry breaking.
Right.
But the ability to take temp range means that if you did and your opponent didn't, then the symmetry breaking component of extra range is a huge component of that, especially in any kind of mirror match.
Right.
But the raw value of temp is underscored by the fact that a laser sight for 1 unit costs 100, or the advanced targeting for bonus range for your army is 450. It is the most expensive card in the game.
Right. Well, we are down to 3. Dorgon will be facing Crispy Bacon in the spoiler role, but we will be showing Shadoff versus Baller when we come back after ads. Good luck, guys.
Very nice.
Again, Dorgon again versus Crispy Bacon for the spoiler. The second time. Whew.
Crispy Bacon, is that an alt for somebody, or is that just a person that kind of has their days and then sometimes doesn't, but is like a really solid overall player?
I feel like it is not an alt, actually.
I think that's true as well.
And you know, I'm going to say that because we've seen them make good choices and then seen them make mistakes that I don't think any of the top players who have alts would make. Right.
That's fair. They feel like an A+ up and comer that still has some rough edges, but is really dialed in and is strong. And maybe if you dodge the S+ tier names, you don't run up against Pucci or Arbiter or Sacco, then you can take a game off of anybody on a good day.
Right. Your friend wanted to name his son Chris Peter Bacon, but couldn't follow through with it. Yeah, I imagine the wife would have had something to say about that.
You would hope. You would hope. Oh my goodness. That said, I am now craving bacon.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you.
I may have to get like some kind of bacon burger for lunch somewhere, because I like legitimately am craving bacon. Like I'm always craving bacon because bacon's good.
Now I'm craving. That's it, guys. Stream. Oh, we're gonna be logging off. We're going to Texas. We're gonna have a bacon burger with Titan. We'll be back on for the Americas. Good luck with these last 3 matches.
Sounds amazing. If you book the ticket, I will meet you at the airport.
If I book the ticket, you better be buying the burger.
Deal.
Fair. Okay. You will as well. Oh God.
Yeah, that's right.
It's 2 burgers now. It's 2 burgers. What a burger.
Whataburger is so good. Legitimately, Whataburger is my favorite burger place to get a burger from. I may actually have to go get Whataburger. It's so good right now.
We are not just the opinion specialists. Opinions stated by the casters are not a sponsored element from Dreamhaven or Game River.
Unironically, though, there might be a lot, like, I don't know. Maybe you could get a couple $100 from Whataburger to, and a free burger out of the deal.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
Going straight up sponsored. Amarok sold out. What was his price? A Whataburger. But it had to have bacon.
But I was gonna say, if you say sellout price equals bacon, people can't even be mad. Like that's just fair.
It's fair, yeah.
Like that's where they're upset, but it's because they're jealous more than it is because they take issue or like legitimate grievance.
Exactly. Welcome back to those of you who saw ads. You missed a discussion of burgers
In
and
fact, you
bacon.
missed a different ad running behind the scenes
Exactly.
for
You needed
Whataburgers.
Exactly. We have found Amarok's sellout price. River says the game's given me a second buy. Oh no.
I hate that. I honestly wish I get games because I feel like it breaks my play rhythm.
Yes.
And the minor points are valuable for the purpose of placement, so it's like it makes your wins easier to come by, but the cadence is actually disruptive.
Yeah, you do get a minor point for the buy opponent.
Right.
But I was actually wondering last night if Arctorius came into your best of 3 cold after an hour out, and you came in hot.
And he also said that he was tired, and that's fair. I'm a night owl, so a late tournament suits me just fine.
Yep.
But I do think coming in hot was really helpful, and was also helpful for the mentality, because I was down 1-0 in the best of 3.
And then you just come in this like I am in must-win mode, and
ironically, the first game against ARP was not a must-win, but winning it was huge tempo setting for the match. And I think the mentality is really important in tournaments, and I tend to thrive under pressure in general. And so I think that when I was in do or die was what brought the best out of me.
Welcome to round 6 and our potential final. Depending on the match between Dorgon and Crispy Bacon on the other side. Dorgon beat Crispy Bacon to play the spoiler the last time those two met in that matchup. So this might well be our final. Honestly, I'm counting on you, Dorgon. I really hope it is, because this is final worthy. We have been following Baller since about round 3 of this tournament. That is just the way things have lined up for the best matchups. And Shadoff, of course, who we showed in round 1, was the runner-up last time out, and looking to better that the only way possible. Baller, near side blue, missile specialist, has a Mustang and Hound start. That is my best starting point.
Interesting.
This is absolutely my highest win rate is this starting pack. Added a pair of crawlers. Shadoff on the far side, a giant specialist with a saber-tooth start. He has not yet taken his other deploy. Going to be Saber Hound. There you go.
So, several things I've noticed from the stats that are being shared by the person who's making that stat tracker, that apparently Hound Staying is one of the top packs in general. However, I am actually having incredibly high success against it, as it gets absolutely stuffed by Badger and it gets stuffed by Vulcan. So being giant spec with it, so that you're mitigating the risk and even the possibility of blocking out the early Vulcan just cold, makes it even stronger, because it's one of the strongest counters.
Right, so being
the Vulcan coming down, because it torches you and it levels off you, and then you're just toast.
Right, but Shadoff in this game is the giant specialist, so he is able to leverage this if he can get that like round 3 Vulcan out there. He could even potentially sell a one of these less than useful round 1 Sabertooth to get a round 2 Vulcan out there and not miss a deploy. Well, he'd miss a deploy now unless he takes the Wasps. Baller has instantly clicked that Farseer so quickly the art didn't load, but we have seen him run the Farseer carrier
that, like,
earlier.
Every time.
And Wasp, the free unit, if Shadow was going down the line, I was thinking of 2 Fangs for 100 is not great as Chaff Clear. The Missile Strike is going to drop on the Hound Crawler together. Baller says never take both of your Missile Strikes on the same turn. The reason he says that is he wants to incrementally improve the board so that he wins both round 2 and round 3 rather than winning round 2 harder. Right? You don't need to win round 2 harder, you need to win both round 2 and round 3. That's what Baller's thinking is there. We do, in fact, see the line I was talking about, which is selling a Saber and going instantly to the Vulcan. He is going to...
And Sabers are so bad into Hound Mustang because there's so many bodies. So this, to me, is almost a no-brainer play.
Right.
And that's the Saber to sell because it's a likely missile target.
It was, yeah, we don't give up 3,000 hit points. They both took the Farseer, so Shadoff did give up a deploy by skipping the Wasp, but it was better to have the Farseer than to have given the Wasp into the Farseer Mustang board.
This Vulcan literally just eats the entire push on the right, and Shadoff can honestly just completely pivot this to a standard defensive game very easily if he wants to.
This has suddenly become standard Vulcan. Well, apparently we have war crimes. So war
I
crimes...
actually think this Vulcan wins in spite of the debuff.
Yeah, no problem. 32,000 damage, 76 kills.
Yep.
Beautiful artwork. And Baller takes the Wasp Swarm, puts that on the back right. No,
not taking Assault Fort into the Vulcan quick play, I think, is a missed opportunity.
For Baller, yeah.
And committing to Sabers. I mean, I don't hate it. You need something tanky, and you need to make sure that you place it forward enough that it locks. I think this Saber is actually not quite close enough because the Hounds will get ahead of it.
You'll get something else
but it will lock the Saber. It will lock that Saber before the bulk of that right side dies to the Vulcan. And this missile change by Baller is because he anticipates the possibility of a shield, but even if I'm Shadoff, I don't think I bubble this round, so I think he's better off taking the 2-for-1 on that Hound Crawler combo.
Right. Now, I'm going to point out a bunch of these crawlers will actually get into that. It won't hit the whole pack, but it will catch a bunch of them.
This Wasp summoning will most likely take tower, so the trade-off of not taking Assault Fort is that the Wasp summon in is really strong. So there is that. Okay, so that Saber does lock the Vulcan. I was not confident that it would, but it does still clean up really decently, at least in the surrounding splash, but it will go down.
Right.
Notably, though, he got enough kills to level, which is huge.
And I do actually like that Baller placed a second Saber on the other side, anticipating that there would be a Vulcan on that side as well. And with the tower take from the Wasps, this round is going to go for Baller.
Melter. Okay, so we are just going to go, straight to Exodia. I actually think that in Exodia, the best formation is for the Melter to be like 2 tiles staggered behind the Vulcan, as opposed to adjacent, because there are ways to put Chaff to the left of the Melter and a tank to the right of the Vulcan, and you force 2 Melters to kind of flank your Vulcan otherwise. I also think the Chaff on the Melter side is a mistake because it's going to pull small units towards the Melter that could then lock it up.
Right.
And it leaves, like, for example, this right side Saber ad could potentially get in range and lock the Vulcan. So I think that is some positional nuance to the Vulcan Melter combo. Also, if they go forts, having the Melters a little bit further back is very valuable, because if the Vulcans can clear everything else, then the Melters can beat the forts.
Right. Now, he gets the insta-lock this turn, but I think that is fixable for Baller next round, and I think I completely agree that just mirroring that position on this side instead of that side would have been substantially better. And here you get an example of it. The Melter has headed off the other direction instead of playing defense against the Saber. It finally figures it out, but...
The level 2 Vulcan will absolutely solo a Sabertooth, though, for sure.
quick cooldown when you're wizard spec with intensive
Yeah. Wizard
and
spec.
wasp. The colloquial fan term for missile spec,
Yes,
of
I
course.
love it.
And notice that the melter was redeployed not necessarily behind there, but on the other side.
Basically, right where you said it should have been. Exactly where you said it should have been. Shout off, are you listening? No, just checking.
And when you have redeploy, I actually think it can incentivize you to play more aggressively with your positionings, especially if you check and see your opponent doesn't have it. Or in this case, because cooldown is so good for Baller, you can kind of predict that he won't take it. But I am a little bit worried that this blue saber will potentially beat this melting point with the crawler summoning in, being able to lock the melting point.
Yeah, that melter is now getting
really
locked.
think...
That's really nice positioning from Baller there to get that out there. And range on the sabers helps. I'm going to point out in all of the in the previous match, Fastenberger asked, "Why am I the only person betting on Baller?" That has at least been doubled to this round, and Baller the 2-1 favorite here. At least in local betting.
I feel like Shadoff is, because where he moved this melter to is not where I was advocating for it. I was advocating for it to be behind the Vulcan with a 2-tile offset.
Okay.
That way everything comes to the Vulcan, and everything comes to the Vulcan. The Vulcan clears the chaff. And as soon as the Vulcan gets stuck, the melter locks the same thing.
Right. That makes good sense. They're both locked on the same thing, whichever it is.
Melter.
Yeah.
Right. And that means that, like, if all you have is small stuff, you are happy for that melting point to sit there and wait for the saber.
Right. Shadow will now take the Wasps, but I think that's a bit late. We've got level 3 and level 2 Mustangs on the board with range already for Apucci. So, I mean, yeah, there's some chaff, but I don't see them helping a bunch. He has to place a Vulcan out on this flank.
I think they're a defensive hedge, because if the Wasp flank could block this melter.
Right, a hedge against the flanks out here, and then this one is middle to cover the Wasp Swarm, which he knows is going to be coming anyways. He's got a missile on this side, so if that pack splits, the level 2s play defense, the missile plays defense. That's solid.
I don't actually like these Wasp positionings. I want them to be more as genuine flank guards with a missile in the middle.
Right.
Because that to me is their best use case. It's, in my mind, Baller's taking them. He's going to use them to try and lock the melter. By playing them as flank guard, they will at least engage in a Wasp duel before the Mustangs can get locked on. He also needs crawlers in front of this level 3 saber that killed the melter last time to prevent that lock. Now the Vulcan will help, and it might be that the melting point is able to get a lock on that high level saber tooth. There's the crawler that I wanted to lock those sabers. That's huge. We have a Vulcan on the other side, and we have oil. Although the blue Wasps on that side are dangerous. And interestingly enough, Baller does not play the Wasps to gum up the melting point.
Actually is going to work out decently with the middle Wasp flank pulling these guys so they arrive so late.
Yes.
All of those Mustangs on this side are dead by now, so those Wasps are pretty unopposed.
It's worth noting that one of the things that I've learned recently from my own reconsiderations that was prompted by a post from Arbiter is that Wasps are at their strongest in Standard because Mustangs are hard to play. But any board where Mustangs are facing fire, Wasps outperform in relative terms to what you might expect of them.
Right.
Because of how dangerous fire is to Mustangs. And so this is an example where historically Wasps are strong on defense, but because this is
and the Mustangs that are trying to push into them are being rebuffed by a defensive Vulcan, and so because of that, defensive wasps are actually stronger than it would be if the roles were reversed, because it would be a lot harder to kill Baller's Mustangs.
Right, ranged wasps could have been halfway useful, right? Here, Shadoff has sold one of them, jump drives the other one outside.
I like that.
Furthest away from the Mustangs, of course. Now we start to get the War Crimes Vulcans, in answer almost to Reven's question. He's got the War Crime Vulcans, why ain't he using it? Well, he is now. Baller is going to light the ground on fire himself with the hounds.
Whoa. That's spicy and very easy to manipulate if you're Shadoff. By the way, if you're Shadoff, I think you have to respect the shield on the two giants on the right pocket. You've had your chaff missiled out there 3 times. Force him to... That to me is too valuable a shield not to take.
Right.
Where you can protect that late chaff and at least some of the of the back half of the chaff to the other side of the melter.
Right. This missile could have been a little bit further over as well. There's no reason to missile the flank if there's nothing out there. Just have it where it's going to hit Mustangs as well as crawlers, even though he doesn't know the Mustangs exist, right? Could have been just a little further over, would have been useful. Ground on fire. Baller's going for the knockout.
The melter gets saved. At melting point, the blue one surviving on pixels of HP for now.
Yes, for now. But and that is by taking, of course, tower health. It gets you to 71,000 hit points, which is just barely enough. Baller goes for the knockout with the fire play. It doesn't quite get it. Shadoff at 511. Baller at 4150 and in complete control. Let's see if Shadoff can manipulate the fire to make that work.
And I was really thinking EMP Raiden here is incredible, because there's nothing upshoot worthy that's going to be able to... Okay, you can sell it too. Baller just saying, okay, you have 2 Mustangs, I have 10 Wasps. Let's do this.
All right with that. This is a fair trade.
Missile to clear out the chaff for the almost instant saber double tap lock. Intensive, by the way, every round on those sabers, so they are able to 1-tap a blue melter. Shadoff needs to guarantee chaff or take a level, and honestly, these melters are screaming for suck. You need suck on these melters, and honestly, you need better anti-wasp clear.
Suck doesn't help, though. Because
the extra 60% HP lets it survive the first shot, and then it can heal off the saber.
Off the saber on the second shot. Okay, yeah, got it. Because the breakpoint.
The 60% is actually hugely important part of suck.
Okay.
Sometimes my melters never heal, and suck is still the right button because the tankiness is worth it.
Right. Okay. That makes some sense. I really didn't even have my head thinking about this extra percentage hit point there.
Mm-hmm. Interestingly enough, suck is more health on this level 3 melter than as level 2, because it's 160% doubled. Plus, you get the value of the tech. But these wasps, absolutely backbreaking.
It doesn't look good for Shadow. And that is a game, set, and match for Baller. 4150 hit points left. Shadow, a runner-up last time at 2187 MMR. Looks like he is going to be runner-up at best this time as well.
So several things about Shadow's board structurally I was not as big a fan of, but one thing in particular that he did that I also do is that I tend to look at the board as it is and leave myself potentially open to being hit by air with a hard air swing turn. I think the fact that he already had Mustangs on the board means that he really should have committed more into them than he did.
Mhm.
I also think that Warcrime Vulcan put in work, but these Saber Teeth then had basically a completely open field because there's chaff on the front line, so Shadoff's chaff is getting equally burned. And
Right.
that is why Warcrimes in aggro defense is very dubious, especially if you can get your opponent's units fast enough.
Right.
Like, honestly, Baller could have put one bait crawler next to that Vulcan on the flank, and these crawlers would have run to it and died in the fire.
Right.
So there's lots of ways to manipulate war crimes if it is a defender attack.
Right. And he's, he is doing that somewhat here, right? It's getting pulled out to the side while these guys still have a run. This one's getting pulled over here. So, like, it's literally missing the crawlers that are going straight to this melter due to Baller's positioning, right? Which is really solid. And meanwhile, Shadoff has got Subterranean Blitz, but that's not enough to keep his own crawlers alive. He's dying to his own fire. And he doesn't have the deepest rank of crawlers, and he doesn't have Deep Fangs. Like a
Right.
good War Crimes
There's actually not a Fang on the board.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there is a Fang on the board. One
No, there we
lone
go.
Fang next to the Vulcan on the far side.
On the front, not in the back. And they each have a Fang. But I'm just going to point out, Ballers outperformed. It did 64-10 lifetime to 61-85. So.
Wow. Clearly
dominant,
the deciding factor in this
those
mirror match was
those two Fangs,
the margin of error. The 3% combat efficiency. Now, you say that, they also got 6 kills to 5.
Oh, yeah, there we go. That is probably more important.
Wow.
Dominant.
The stats that really matter.
Exactly.
Coming to you live.
So I am going to throw out, Dorgon says, bacon got me twice. I will eat it tomorrow. That means we are going to have a 7th and final match between Crispy Bacon and number 1 Apucci fan. Let's go. I apparently have a slight domestic thing I need to go check on. It has been trying to flag my attention. So I'm going to kick off an ad right now. I will be back. You guys are in Alpha Titan's hands for the next 3 to 5 minutes, okay? Congrats to those that bet on Baller. You guys have just paid out.
So, one of the other things that I saw that Baller did here was by taking intensive, one of the biggest weaknesses that Sabres have is they fall off because you just can't level them. You can't keep them at pace with other giants, but having intensive and quick cooldown meant that they did not fall off, and they are incredibly efficient for cost. And it goes to show why the experience cost to level is so important. Because if you can just level your sabers or your units when you want to, then entirely new lines of boards and plays become possible. And this was a really good example of where high level units that kind of get memed on really can perform. And when you get like a level 5 saber only costs you $600, and with double tap is doing like mind-boggling amounts of damage. So that was another element to that board that was Baller playing the cards he got to make Saber exceptionally good where it is otherwise often mediocre. I mean, when you're making good plays, I will give you credit. You know as well as I do, Baller, that I will be critical of decisions that you make as well when I think that they're a little half-cocked. So I give credit where credit is due on both sides of the coin. But I honestly think you played that match very well. You used really good chaff deploys. You made good pivot decisions. I think there's the more reliable line on round 2 going into Assault Fort because the extra health and speed in that position is just crippling. But for you to then get intensive and then you got the quick cooldown, you absolutely leverage those sabers to maximum effect. So props to that for sure. Also, I think conceptually speaking, the bubbles would have been able to help protect the Mustangs, which then in turn would have been able to also contribute. So lots of reasons why I like the assault fort line. It can be, but Baller has such a fast build that tower takes with the speed on assault fort is really, really strong. Like assault fort with temp speed is like 12 to 14 meter per second forts, and he had good chaff clear with fangs and stangs. With stangs and hounds. So I actually think assault fort there is really strong, and is a good line to play. I think that assault fort it does depend somewhat on Baller's techs, which we don't know. Punch or in particular would probably be very strong in that position. I don't know if he runs that. Launcher Overload would also potentially be strong to just rapid fire, charge the line, get in close, kill the tower. Your techs are secret. That's amusing, since literally anyone can download your replay and then see what techs you're running at the time of that game. Which, by the way, is a really good habit to get into if you're in a tournament like this and you're up against an opponent that you're unfamiliar with, is quickly download their last game. And even if you're not looking how they played, you can look at the text they were running on all of their units just by hovering the unlocks. Okay, now Baller's being Baller, talking about something downloading a car. I'm lost with chat, but that's okay. Hello, welcome in, Whooped. Also, Thonix, welcome in. Dorgon had a great run. Very well played. So yeah. Goodness. Welcome back.
Thank you. Much appreciated. That was exactly what was needed. I was really appreciate you filling in for that. I did need to go to handle something. Kiddo was actually absolutely right.
Okay, well, I'm glad. You're always glad to nip something in the bud when it is in fact desperately needed.
Well, yes. I mean, in this case, Kiddo has me burying bodies, but you know.
Oh, goodness! Do you need me to nail a shovel to your way? Okay.
Nah, just just get the FBI off of us. He'll be fine. No, there was a rat in a rat trap. So. So let's get that taken care of. Our final.
So one of the things I mentioned.
Go ahead.
We'll go ahead and switch focus on this one.
Our final will be number one Apucci fan, who you guys will know as Baller, and Crispy Bacon. We do not believe Crispy Bacon is an alt. We think this is legit. That's the person. So let us know if we are wrong. So good luck. Have fun, gentlemen. We'll put channel point predictions up for you. Was a very healthy looking rat too. Man.
Noted.
Somebody was
I'll
doing
go ahead
well.
And use this downtime. I'm gonna go ahead and use this downtime to mention one of the things that I called Baller out for being really good with specifically was because he had Saber, the big weakness of Saber is that it falls off, but he was able to utilize the quick cooldown and the intensive to keep the levels on them every round. And a Saber with levels is one of the scariest things on the board because it doesn't fall off if it can scale. The problem is it's just so hard to get levels on Sabers because they have to connect to priority targets to keep getting the experience, and that becomes harder and harder. They aren't a melting point. They can't just zap big targets from safety up and down. And they're slow with medium range, but the intensive really let Baller keep those at pace in a way that was both playing to the cards and the board really well and was very important.
Yeah, that's really neat. A really good observation. The other thing I would point out is just setting yourself up. I don't remember if you took the quick cooldown or the intensive first, but setting yourself up where those two interact and recognizing that interaction is, really speaks to following the heart of the cards, as you were saying earlier in the cast.
Right.
Zalix, nice one. Says, when you're so good on free-for-all that you get nuked by all 3 opponents twice in a row. Well done, sir. I hope you win anyways.
That is called winning, regardless of what the score sheet
exactly
says.
What the final scoreboard says, right? Welcome to our final, folks. Weekend Tournament European at number 105 will go to either Baller, playing under the name number 1 Apuchi fan, Nearside Blue, beat Apuchi, beat Red Scare of 94, beat Shadoff, and faces up against Crispy Bacon. The man is on fire. He's on a roll. And Crispy Bacon on the far side. Red will be Quick Supply Specialist with a Hound and Sledge start.
What is Baller thinking about? Isn't he going to take his... Did he time out and just get randomed? Because there's no way he didn't take his Spider Fang opener.
He did not take his Spider Fang opener, no. He went for the Marksman Specialist.
Wow. What? Okay, well, in the same way that I was surprised that Red Scare tried to headbutt the spiders, passing up the spiders here feels just like such a painful decision. I leave it to Baller to prove me wrong, but that's rough. That said, in a headbutt like this into sledges is another use case where Sabers are at their best, in the sense that the side armaments can get really good value because they just start in range of good, healthy targets.
Right. They are actually in range of opponent right from the start of the game. Opponent's got units right there. Crispy Bacon has added a pair of crawlers. Obviously, Baller does the sensible thing and adds a pair of arc lights. The arc lights and sabers are co-located, so we've got the
right.
Basically, what you were talking about with the Vulcan and Melting Point for Shadoff, where we've got the you're never going to get locked on either chaff or a single target. Your chaff player's not going to get locked on a single target. You're
right.
Guys, you're proving me wrong right now. Thank you. That's better.
Well, hounds are chaff. You definitely want your arcs to kill the hounds because the saber gets tied up on hounds really inefficiently, as well. But this is just a lot of. This is why sabers are difficult. Hounds kind of eat them, but the side armaments definitely goes strong here. Although Baller is quite hackable in this situation. Sabers on the line is one of the most hackable things to me because at least spiders can clear chaff, which then means your chaff isn't dying and can stay in front of your spider. Sabers just get gummed up by chaff, then you push their chaff back with your own clear and hack them, and then you've got a tank in the enemy lines.
Baller picks up the Farseers. We've seen him use a carry Farseer in one game. Well, don't expect that from him here. In fact, it's going to be one more saber. Farseer is going to be on his weak side. Crispy Bacon also took the Farseer. He's going to add a Crawler and Farseer on Baller's left. Baller adding a saber and an arclight. Also has a marksman. So kind of has built out in 2 rounds a board that has upshoot for wasp, chaff clear, ground single target, air single target, and another upshoot for wasps. So
that's going to be a sad Farseer.
that positioning is looking a little unfortunate, but just as far as covering all the bases, Baller is doing that. Crispy Bacon still doesn't really have the single target yet, which is going to be a bit of a problem against the Sabres. Does add some pack of crawlers right up front to make sure that the Sabres' first shots aren't instant connects. But both sides had the same, or both players had the same thought about those weak side towers. Baller's Farseer loses to the Bacons.
That tower, that Farseer, I think, is going to drive and pop the arc and then pop the tower.
It misses the tower. It has come all the way across the board. If it can get the level 3 marksman, it's in good shape. It does not. And Baller will win the round with a saber, a mark, and a arc, all wounded, but all still standing. Crispy Bacon down to 3,700. Apuchi's fan, number 1 fan, at 4,500.
Wow. My favorite thing, one of my favorite unimportant things about Mechabellum is when Orange Man lives damaged.
Mm-hmm.
Using all of the value of the unit.
I'm going to use the hit points too, darn it. I love it. You do kind of forget, marksmen are strangely tanky, right? 4,800 hit points is surprising for a single unit.
It's a sledgehammer.
Mm-hmm. I mean, a level 1 sledge, of course.
Yes. Obviously with dramatically higher damage, but right. the tankiness of it is not to be underestimated. More saber arc. Bird is another dangerous counter to that.
Yeah, saber arc on the line. He's gone instantly to what you were suggesting, the secondary armament. Again, the whole headbutt is in range. So it is just instantly, I'm going to be shooting multiple targets or doing additional damage to a single target depending. And that is good stuff. Of course, those secondary guns have a different firing rate and a different targeting than the main gun does.
So there was some chatter that I've picked up from the spectator chat in-game on my own viewing, where apparently Crispy Bacon is Fury.
Crispy Bacon is Fury. Okay, that makes good sense. Let's go. That does make much more sense.
Because they play like a veteran plays, but not like an S-tier veteran, and so that, I think, is exactly the caliber of the gameplay. Very good, very dangerous. You don't want to face them.
Right.
And that's perfect.
Makes good sense. Now, the Phoenix did position themselves perfectly to get that level 3 marksman. Level 3 marksman experience, of course, 5 times 200. So 1,000 XP from that, plus the 300 that they've gotten elsewhere. They're going to level up in a single round and carry the round for Fury. Baller down to 4,340. Got a Rhino Assault Windmill from Baller. Did we get...
Notably here, I'm realizing part of the huge weakness of Hacker is its anti-synergy with so many burst units that are also good, so it is hard to play.
Mm-hmm.
But I think this board screams Hacker.
Screams Hack me, yeah. There's no late arriving chaff.
Bird.
Yeah, there's no late arriving chaff, etc. Fury goes for a Phoenix flank with the portable shield on it. But, well, I guess rephrase. Went for the Phoenix flank last round, puts the portable shield on it this round. Baller is not messing around with, I'm just going to missile it out and try to save that. No, he is putting down a level 1 Mustang back there where it will permanently take care of that.
I mean, it's Baller. Give him a reason to play Mustangs, and he will play Mustangs.
Wait, did we talk about that earlier, where that might be his number 1 unit?
Indeed. Also, the Mustang add for Fury, I'm not a huge fan of. It's not bad necessarily, but into an arc like already deployed on board, not the most efficient decision I think that could have been made.
Well, I think
it does help with these fangs though.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think it's for fang clearance, right? And then
the hounds shred fangs anyway, so that's a little redundant as a roll. That tower take is brutal.
It's also stopping Wasp later. Although, note they're just getting locked onto the Sabers. This is one of those cases where field maintenance on the Sabers would go hard.
Uh-huh. And I am taking field maintenance on lots of units recently. And I am taking the anti-hack module
because of that.
EMP on the healing can't be turned off, which means you have to answer it in a way that can keep up.
Right. Opponent cannot use EMP to turn off the healing, therefore you have to be able to, like in the case of a Saber with field maintenance, it's going to have 45,000 hit points or so, and you're going to be able to, or you're going to need a melter or other big damage dealer to bring that thing down. Big burst damage. Or hack it, but then you can't hack it because it's it's got the anti-interference module. And oh, by the way, even if you win the far side tower, it still doesn't get turned down. Fury
Fire is gonna go hard.
Fury goes
Chin gun boat.
For Chin Gun Boat. So Chin Gun Boat with a portable shield on it is pretty solid for a whole bunch of things at close range. And of course, that also has separate targeting from the missile interval. It can't get anti-missiled. So even if you do run anti-missile to try and turn off the Overlord's main weapon, which is a missile and can be anti-missiled, it is pretty tough to stop when they've got Overlord artillery. One of the things I love about Overlord artillery is that it will target the tower if that's the closest thing, even while the main gun is targeting an air unit that's closer.
I think that putting one of the boats in front of the marksman is a mistake. I think he should, in fact, play the left and right, strand the marksman in the middle.
Right.
As opposed to giving one of the boats, let alone the itemized boat, across from the orange man.
I suspect the thinking there is the portable shield will be enough to survive Orange Man.
Yeah, but you really want that on a scaling unit. Obviously the oil is really powerful here.
Yeah, the oil is causing a lot of problem for Fury. Why has Orange Man not noticed the boat? Now it notices the boat. It took him forever, but he gets there under the tower debuff.
That's so sad. And
yeah, that is going to go...
You get the experience.
Terribly. And Overlord out here has gotten almost a level. That one's gotten almost a level.
They'll both level off the remainder of these blue sabers, I think. Yeah, they both do.
Yep.
By the way, hot take. I'm running armor on my Overlords.
Ooh, fun. That is spicy. That is for anti-Mustang at this point?
Exactly.
Mustang is such a common...
Yes. I really like it. I think that it also really synergizes well with your Wasp play because armor on the boat means they don't want to Mustang, which then means single target AA is better blocked by Wasp.
And if you can control which one of them is out front, into a Mustang board you're armored up, into the single target board you let the...
Carry Wasp behind Overlord has won me games, and it is hilarious.
Brutal.
I'm not sure it's good, but I have been enjoying it, and it has been working enough that I'm willing to keep it on the bar.
I might just try that for fun. In the
Imagine playing the game for fun.
What? That is... Okay. That's what I was going to say earlier. When I have enjoyed the game most actually does correlate to when sledgehammers have been strong. And I was thinking that was because Sledge being strong suited me liking Sledge, but I think what you said earlier about when Sledge is strong, that it indicates that the game is in a really healthy meta, might actually be it, because you really have to think through so many more things.
Right.
Right?
By the way, Ballers sold. souls the badgers that would have lit this oil on fire. That
Nice.
is hilarious.
That is
This-
very good.
I
Reddit.
don't know if that was on purpose or if he just wanted the money, but if that was on purpose, then that was brilliant.
Chin Gun took down Orange Man. That was
Oof.
a really good example of where those two having different targeting mattered. The missiles were
Right.
still locked onto Mustangs, but the Chin Gun found the Orange Man. And round for the Bacon. Here he gets the win.
That boat
Round
needs
6.
the level. The one with the item really wants that level to just stay out of reach.
Right.
Because Orange Man with AA is dangerously close to popping it. Jab is strong here.
Orbital Jab is dangerously close to popping it even if you take the level, so does that talk you
Right.
into skipping the level?
It maybe makes me delay for a turn,
We just delayed for a turn
Because it's a
last
jab
turn.
turn.
Yeah,
which I don't think you should have. I think you should have taken the level last turn, but I
Right.
don't think you take it into the jab turn.
right.
Unless you plan to try and save it with Beacon. That said, there's Mustangs left and right. There's Hounds in front. A jab could be in either of those spaces, and so it's harder to predict where to dodge.
Right. And has... I'm actually wondering, I think the middle one with the portable shield would be the right one to jab. I wonder if Baller
Yes,
has switched to jabbing this one on the grounds that he expects that one to get sold, the item moved, and this one leveled. He might be meta playing it one step further than Fury has chosen to go.
I definitely think you have to force Fury to sell his boat that has an arrow with an item. You don't give your opponent that as a given.
Note, of course, Fury has added Incendiary Bomb. You won't light this oil on fire for me? Fine, I will light
I'll
it
do it
myself. It is a line of AA ranged aerial spec Mustangs. So they are going to stay far enough back that only one pack of them is really going to get lit, even only half of that pack getting lit in there.
And by the way, these healing sledges are putting in so much work against the Mustangs. Even though they're being popped one by the Sabres,
Right.
they are taking so much Mustang fire. And they also completely don't care about ground fire.
Right. They have not died at all in there. Of course, these guys could run armor enhancement to even further neutralize the Mustangs if Fury needs a knockout. That would worry me if I were
that's
Baller.
Overkill. I think that's overkill. I think the levels are simply worth enough passive healing that the Mustangs are kind of getting phased out. And with the 8A specialization, they're potentially likely to shoot the boats anyway, so armor is less of a hard brick.
Well, that is where hard brick plus range is what I'm imagining. Fury does go straight for the hard bricking, the armor enhancement, and then the Overlords. Right now, they won't be out in front, but next round he can range them, and they'll be.
This
they'll be sitting
Rhino
behind.
unanswered could be back-breaking, though. No chaff. There's not a center missile, and I think the Rhino doesn't even proc the safety missile on the left. Okay, there is a crawler at least.
Ballers is
So we-
quick. Tell me how to kill the sledges.
Honestly, into this
Five
with
gun
Mustangs,
5-gun EMP Raiden.
into boat with leveled Mustangs, I don't know about that.
It EMPs the boat. It EMPs the sledge. It gets the Mustangs doing their job.
Yeah, that's also really expensive. You would have to get into the. You'd have to take two of them. You'd have to EMP them. You don't have the ability to also range them. They die to boat. They die to the Stang. There's crawlers in front. This to me is like a few turns of solution required.
Scorpion could do it. Thonix, yeah.
Although boat kills Scorpion really fast.
And these
That's
guys
the other
are
trade-off.
break pointing a level 1 Scorpion right now.
Right, so now you have to elite the Scorpion in order to get the actual kill.
Yep.
That said, with enough Mustangs,
Look at this beacon! Look at this beacon! It distracted the Rhino. That's amazing. I love it.
I mean, if all you need is to kill the sledges and you don't care if what kills the sledges then dies immediately because you're in Gigastang,
Boom Rhino.
then Boom Rhino or Scorp honestly just unranged Scorps and missling out the chaff.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't care, then
you need 4 of them. You can't get 4. Abyss.
Don't think it's Abyss, because healing sledges only ever take 1 tick and don't die in 1 pass. Sledge is awkwardly good into Abyss.
Interesting.
Arbiter did some testing. Sledge is, for whatever reason, only ever takes 1 tick, even though it should be taking 2 or 3 based on its size relative to exposure.
Interesting. So, like, Sledge's actual impact zone.
As long as you're not one-tapping them, it's really...
Yeah.
And with healing on top of that, it's really strong.
Interesting. It's gonna be energy diffraction, energy absorbing melting points. For Baller, that is the answer on those sledges.
That's slow, and it's gonna die to the Mustangs. That's my call. 1 chin gun tap plus the Mustangs is just gonna chew through it. I think it was actually Squirt Vulcan here, potentially. I know into healing armored sledge, that's not ideal. I feel like it kind of has to be Scorpion, I guess, and you just have to accept that the Scorpions die to boat. But it doesn't feel good. You kind of let the healing sledges get a little established.
Yeah.
And those sledges have
nice shield from
12,000 HP.
Nice shield over there.
I want those shields almost on the line where you're half covering the crawlers. Not fully.
You don't put them there because the Sabertooth basically half taps them. So you don't want
But if you put it where the crawler that runs forward isn't going to be in the splash zone of a saber tap.
Yeah, the
so that's why you cover
small.
half the crawler.
Yeah, got it.
Pack.
Yeah, the lead crawler is fine. He has gotten through the sledges, except for one.
Ish.
That one is bricking so many Mustangs, and
half
Fury is your European champion. Congratulations, Fury. Well done, man. Very nice. The Bacon wins against a Poochie fan. I told you, for whatever reason, Baller wins tournaments when he runs into a Poochie in the final. It's weird.
I feel like
there might be a confirmation bias there. Yes.
I mean, as much as I liked Baller's plays in so many ways last game, there were like 4 plays of pivots and directions and decisions that I felt were flawed in this one that just played into several counterable lines.
Right. And let's, like you started with taking the Saber instead of the Tarantula, starting out on the line like this, and then we wound up in the very counterable many Mustangs instead of a limited amount. We've got AA on a marksman, but we don't have the other single target, right? We don't have a couple of other single target.
The boats went
weapons.
unanswered, basically, and except by the Mustangs, and then the sledges went unanswered for too long. It just, I feel like there were definitely holes that could have been exploited in Fury's play.
Right.
But I don't think Baller really did. And honestly, I still think Hacker would have just absolutely taken away this game from like round 3.
For Fury.
Of Crispy Bacon, yes.
Yeah, because as soon as he's Mustanging out those front crawler or the front fangs, it's just nothing but hackable targets.
And I don't hate the headbutt decision, and the fact that you were on the same side actually favors Sabertooth, given that it's slow and has medium to low range. But I still think that it's when there's not single target to kill on the ground, Sabers just radically underperform, and there was never a single target on the ground for the Sabers.
Right.
After the Farseer got sold.
Right. Question from D Unit in chat says, wait, back to that earlier conversation. Does range not affect the side gun range on sabers?
It does not. It is a fixed range, and that is true of all secondary armament techs, be it chin gun on boat, or Fort AA missiles, or side guns.
Right.
So all of those are fixed, but they scale with tower temp range.
Yes, this affects that, but nothing else. That is a really, really good point. And of course, if you are brand new to the game, you do need to know that clicking on your towers enables these 10 buttons that we are talking about pretty much every game. Baller says, I don't know what I was on this game, but so many mistakes.
And that's one other thing. Baller will trash talk with the best of them and then some sometimes, but he will also throw himself under the bus when he deserves it. If he's in an introspective mood, he will also sometimes just stubbornly declare that he was right, even when he was wrong. But when he's in a sober mode and just thinking about the game, he will own that, like, yeah, this was not your best game of Mechabellum.
This one
wasn't terrible.
This one was clearly.
But it was certainly not your best game.
It was clearly teammate's fault. I completely agree, Baller. Teammate let you down on this one. Didn't carry.
Commentator was not seeing far enough in the future to give him plays in the moment.
Does Farseer's AoE range buff help secondary armament? Good God, that sounds like the sort of thing that Toast might test in testing ground. I have no idea. I haven't actually checked that one. Do you want to give a shout out to Vimpy, by the way, Titan, who bet on you every single match of that 5-game run? Bet 50 grand
on you. He must have made stonks on his rocks.
He made stonks on his rocks.
I wouldn't have bet on me in several of those games, just candidly speaking. By the time I was in my second game of the final ARP set, I would have been betting on me. Just I kind of felt a shift in the winds.
Yep.
But by the way, you bet inside on me. I don't know if anybody else was doing much gamba to reward you for that.
Nope. Because the games were locked, there were no spectators.
Right. That was. I don't know if you noticed, but I fired off the Scorpion Heart emotes.
I did.
That was well received. Sure.
Excellent. You know, you can always hide that completely by hiding chat, but there is no other way to.
Yes, I could
turn it off. All right. Congratulations, guys. This is our tournament complete. Crispy Bacon Fury, your champion. Congratulations. Well played, man. Beating Baller in the final. Number 1 of Fuji fan, Baller. Your runner-up, well played. Had a string of great matches.
Yes.
To come in with wins over Fleet Command, Apuchi, Red Scare of 94, and Shadoff. That's a tournament winning run all by itself. Falls one short against Fury. A Red Scare of 94. Third place, congratulations. Shadoff and Apuchi are rounding out our top 5, so we did get to cast all 5 of our top 5 finishers. I'm pleased with that today. Note that, that's pretty much everybody who played Baller wound up in the top 5, right? If you faced Baller, you get to be top 5 out of this tournament.
Baller had quite a he had probably the hardest tourney path of any player in this tournament.
In a long while.
Yeah, honestly, this tournament was missing a lot of key big names, but Baller hit every one of the top 5 in my opinion, and that's not top 5 by the rankings at the end, although it is, but top 5 in general.
Right. I mean, the only one he managed to dodge is Zemp, right?
Right.
Amunatron 6th. Big shout out to Ryder Live, who we got to cast in that round 2 match against Zach. Comes in 7th. I think that is one of your best ever finishes. Well done, mate. Nicely done. Lord Dazed and Insane 8th with 201 guest and Skip rounding out the top 10. We'll show you down to about 40th or so for the rest of you getting your name in lights. We've got solid performances from quite a few folks.
Yes. Bimpy, I am flattered that you bet on me, and not just like a token bet or even a modest 5K bet, but apparently you were like throwing rocks down left and right. I don't even want. You might have surpassed my rock bank. I have almost 400,000 rocks saved up in my pocket right now.
Yeah,
But if you bet 50K on me every round and people were betting against you
they were.
in even approximate number, then that's some rocks.
It was a couple of rocks, one or two. Yes, we will report that directly to Bear Lake. So MMR CP did not change for number one Apuchi Van after the disconnect. That was after round 2, I believe.
Speaking of MMR, if you could talk to Bear Like about my games last night, that'd be great.
Yeah, sure.
that low-key is the only thing I'm salty about. It's like,
yeah, these aren't on lab. Yep. They don't even.
And people were like, "Wait a minute, this guy's ranked at 1880 MMR," and I'm like, I probably should just sit down for a couple of days and get up to 2100.
If you just sat down and didn't try hard, you'd bust into the 2000s. I'm a little bit worried where you'd wind up if you try harded.
I am going to be reaching out to Arbiter and seeing about what he thinks of some of the games. By the way, I think that I am absolutely just playing out of my mind with Giants right now, and I have a very good beat on them. But I think that my non-Giant play is another area that could be stronger.
Right.
And I think that's important because non-Giants are much more reliable because you can access them on demand.
Right.
So I do think that's another room for improvement takeaway for me is air game and my non-Giant play flexibility and the ability to commit into Phoenix and make them work like a Raiden, or my ability to make other units. Although that said, I feel like I did better at that as the night went on. I've had some Phoenix games. The War Factory game was kind of a Phoenix game that turned into a War Factory game, and I had my I had the Arc game that turned into Melters as finisher, but it was an Arc-like game with Melters for giant clear and hit point damage. So
right.
Not every game is quite that cut and dry, but I think that categorically those are the two areas that I have the most potential room for improvement.
Right. Okay, Baller, can you just clarify real quick? That was on after your match against Veronic, right?
Thanks
was
for that
when
week.
that happened? Because it was that first match against Fleet Command, right? Because we were there for that, right? Yep, perfect. Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm typing this up correctly. You've got the mic again.
Perfect. Yes, actually, Baller, people were super confused because you were showing up as that might have actually desynchronized your account somehow with the bug, because in the game right here you're showing as a Poochie fan even though your in-game chat was back to Nightcrawler. And so you might have confused the game in the buggy situation. Goodness. Well, that was a fun tournament. Lots of laughs. Just absolute joy to watch. Absolute joy to cast.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I mean, honestly, that tournament last night, I was so pumped to cast too. And I am going to just give a quick shout out. We will get that up to the YouTube channel, but I do highly recommend you folks get the. Don't bother waiting for that one. Do the, go find the VOD. Especially if you're European based and you had to go to sleep last night. Yeah, maybe we've spoiled maybe we've spoiled the outcome for you, but the games themselves are so varied and wild, and I really feel like the casting was on point for both Apuchi's team and my team. I got to go cast with Clint, so I think there's a lot to learn, a lot to see, especially in the closing hours of that. that is 4 hours from the end of that stream. About 5.5 hours into the stream is when that tournament starts. So
there's some really interesting dynamics in the way that Fab and Apucci cast that I found interesting, because Fab 4 was like, Apucci's so chill. I love that. It takes like Herculean efforts to like hype Apucci up, because he is just this even keel, like tells it like it is. Like he's having fun and he has inflection, but he is just super chill. And Fab 4 is a hype man. And then Fab 4 is doing a lot of asking questions, like, oh, what is gonna this? What is gonna that? And Apucci is kind of the answer.
Right.
Back to that, not always, but he's like, well, he's like, these are the lines. This could, maybe this, and so they have a very interesting dynamic. And then you and Clint are similar, not the same, but similar in the degree to which you see the board, although y'all's play styles are different, so you see different things. But I think that y'all are comparable in the level at which you analyze the board, and so y'all are kind of like two halves that have fun together, and you both like altered, like, did you see that? Yes, I saw that, kind of back and forth. Whereas Fab 4 and Apucci was like, there was such a, both are fun and cool and different, and really different kind of casting meshes.
Yeah. And you and I are different in a way too, right? Like
yes,
we don't fit either of those molds. Because
no, we don't.
You tend to explain the game for the 2,000 plus player. I'm trying to explain it for the 1,000 to 2,000 player, and I love that dynamic works, right? But I do think that the Fab 4 asking Apucci questions, I think that's a great way to learn the game, and probably made for a tremendous cast, which I have not yet gotten to see. So.
Yes. And so I really enjoyed hearing both of the separate casts for the last round of any tournament that I was in. Being able to kind of listen to the, is it going to work? Is it going to be the end? Kind of chatter. And I think one of my favorite quotes was an Apucci quote, but it was the last round of the last game, and Apucci called out like 4 different things that I did on that last round, between the call downs and the spells and the shields, and he was like, Alpha Titan is literally insisting that the game ends right here.
I love it.
And I had a previous oil that hadn't lit that would have given me a round 6 flawless.
I think
and
so.
I was miffed.
Yep.
And I played round 7 with prejudice. Because Apucci captured my feelings at that moment. It was like, nothing is stopping me, no cheese. I'm going to hit every angle, and this game is over. I said so.
Yep. I actually called it when you dropped that oil. He's going for the round 6 knockout right now.
Yes, I was. And if it lit, it would have.
It would have been. We think so, yeah. So.
But there was no recovering at that point. There was. I won that game the way I lost the Raiden game I tried to play. It just, it spiraled and it was shut down.
Yep. Okay, so here's the way I've got that written up. Baller, player number 1 Apucci fan / Nightcrawler, alt for Baller. After win round 2 versus Pironic. Round 3 had no ready button. Round 3 restarted client 3 times. From round 3 plus, appeared in chat as Nightcrawler. Appeared in game as number 1 Apucci fan. Had to restart client 3 times between every match. Did not gain or lose combat power for any match. Did not gain or lose MMR for any match. Matches do not appear in combat record. Anything to add? I think that was complete. This is why they've got me in that role. We go for detail and specific. Nothing else to add. Okay, perfect. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. That is in the direct line to Bear-like grouping. So, completely. And I do apologize. I'm not actually going to ask you to get MMR for those last couple. There is a pretty funny bug regarding Void Eye on the QA
The test server.
Test server right now, which of course we can't speak about other than to let you guys know that we are seeing.
We need to play some games over there, by the
We
way.
do. We are seeing.
That would be fun.
We have replay in our hands. We have Void Eye in our hands at this point. So. Okay, what do you want to do with the afternoon here? All right, you're planning.
I'm starving.
You're starving. Okay,
I
so
need
you're gonna
food.
check out, go eat. That is fair.
I may be back soon. I'm not certain about that. Let me touch base with what's going on my side, and I will keep you appraised. But
yeah, no.
For the next little bit, you can kind of take your next step.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do me stuff for a bit. I might actually. Well, maybe I should do something to give us a match here. Baller apparently wants to play some 2v2s.
I
Tesla,
saw that.
I can't really comment too much yet. So, but it is neat. I just wanted you guys to know that it exists now. We've seen it. It's not vaporware.
We've also gotten 2 rounds of stat changes to the unit based on playback testing with feedback that I believe have improved the quality of the unit, which is not to say that they buffed it or nerfed it, but that it is better approaching where I think the unit would want to be as they've been testing it. So the QA has definitely been productive in the testing phase, which I know matters to people.
Yeah, and we do have people who are testing it in 1v1, in 2v2, and in 4-player free-for-all. So it's not like the game, it's not like they just throw it out into, or whose focuses, I guess, are those 3 different things. So
Also, you're doing your job as a good beta tester to throw out just enough to keep the people interested. You know, just tease the hype.
Just tease the hype, exactly. Just a little
bit. Love it.
Just a little bit.
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna dip off mic. I'm gonna let you do your thing, and
I
will touch base with you.
Alrighty. The thing is going to start with a match against Louie, 1690.
Very nice. Knock him dead.
Thank you. Channel point prediction up for that one. I've got a supply with Hound. I've got a giant specialist Hound staying with 5,300 hit points. So I'm debating between these 2. That's the one that I'm going to take. We talked a little bit about the Stormcallers being a little weak as a starting unit, and this Hound staying pack being my strongest. I am just going to go ahead and run this from standard. I expect opponent comes out up front and aggro-y, but we're not even going to bother. I'm just going to take those 2. We're not even going to bother trying to defend the towers horribly here. I like this Fanatics formation, especially in defense here, except one of the things we've noticed is that you're going to eventually want kind of a 7-wide line, or one of the things I've noticed. So I'm going to go with vertical for the steel balls, presumably. The presumed steel balls. We'll have some vertical Hound. Is that how I want to run this? Do I want to just nudge things just a little? What if I ran more like this? And we'll wind up. Yeah, I kind of want. My fingers are already trained. Already went for the Control Z, and I don't have it, and it frustrates me. That's how good it is to have undo, guys. My fingers already went to Control Z right there to try and undo that and just go back to the previous positions. Littlest of things. And you're just going to appreciate it so much. A giant specialist is a very pretty girl. Yeah. There are some very nice choices out there. Louie is going to be in arc lights at 308 per shot. Those are going to have a bit of a trouble with the Hounds. They're currently 3-shotting them. If I take 1 tower upgrade. Those guys are going to require 4 shots to get through hounds. So I'm going to take that as soon as I can. I'll force him to go to charged shot. He will one-shot us in once he's there. And he's playing the steel balls from deep, so we're not even too worried about it. Haste module for a Mustang is probably my right choice. If they do not, he's running my fortified target lock build from earlier. I think it is as simple as defense enhancement, you, and we're just going to go ahead and run a backline Mustang with a haste module. Let it use the haste to catch up and get into the fight. And you can just run off the back line there. And of course, we're putting the Mustang and Crawler on the same side. We won this side a little bit last round anyways. That was the side that they didn't have Mustangs of their own on. We're going to make sure that we just win that side a little bit harder this round. Commit to winning it. He's going to missile something. Did I have these overlapping in a way? Looks like I might. Nah, it's not bad. That's a little bit of a missile. Yeah, that's a decent-ish missile. You're gonna make me respect that. That's fair. That's fair. Last chance to get your channel point prediction in on this one. You got about 500 on Amarok, nothing on Louie Louie. Somebody should at least bet 1. Our haste module did pretty darn well right up until he took the tower with steel ball there. He took the haste module, but didn't actually play it. Oh, we could subsidize some Stangs now. If we're subsidizing a Stang, and we'll lock out a Melter. I'll just let you have that for now. It'll be you. And probably something like this. Right up that gut, I think. Opponent has ranged his Stangs. Also took the sub-Stang. He got 50 more value out of it than I did. Having range is going to help a ton. We have a lot more Crawler than he does. It's not enough. Sir, why are your haste modules not on your Mustangs? Oh, it is. It's over here. It's over that one. Okay. Well, opponent gets the round win on the range. Sure. Looks to me like we will add Phoenix. Do something like this. Looks like range for those guys. Maybe, no, you're already out there, right? So maybe this guy goes here-ish. Just gonna hit that side harder. There are heal sledges. He's been listening to Alpha Titan. Louis, quit listening to Alpha Titan. What are you doing this for? But we've got the Phoenix now. Opponent took triple marksman right now. Not sure what that was for yet, but you know, we'll take the 6 Phoenix is good enough for me. They do kind of get out in front right now, so eventually. Arclights don't have armor. Nothing on the board has armor. It's just the heal sledges that are they are causing a problem. They don't even have armor either, but he could give them that link in a moment. Still, opponent has no shield break, right? So, 2 levels. We've got a fort. You just double fort this? We just double fort this. We're at 2200. Yeah, he's gone to 4 stings. We're on 6 stings. Everybody's got similar items. He's got 6 sting levels to 6. We'll just be planning on bringing out shield bubble next round. Can we? 6 will be 1200. That'll be 500. 700 left. Would be 1 more and 2 units. Might be better to do 2 forts. Probably 2 forts and 2 chaff. No, 2 forts and a chaff. We'll see what the drop is. I'd love to get sell. What is that? I want range for those 2 as well. We're still losing this left side too badly, right? So, we've got to fix that. I have a basically untouched fort out here, and items. Yeah, that's close. That's close enough. That's fine. So 1989 to 4700. But it's one of those where we have kind of stopped the hemorrhaging, which is really what I was going for. And it's just going to be 2 more of you guys. Build this line, build the fort line across the bar here. I think we're going to want 1 more. We're going to want 1 more of you. Who did the bet here? Probably this one to be the stopper. You know what? Melter? No, Abyss, huh? Alright, he has gone for the Efficient Maintenance Abyss. It's gonna be good at shield break. It's down now. So what do we see coming, chat? We see missiles coming, right? He gets the Wraiths. The Wraiths get armor. He's running Armored Wraith right now. Alright. Well... 1, 2, 3. You have your level. Let's take those levels. Let's drop you there, you here. Why here? We're just going to assume there's missiles, and we're going to draw all the missiles, right? We just want to take that first set of missiles that should be laying him out until 15 seconds further. We just don't want to eat missiles on our main board. There they are, one of them with missiles. He's gone with fire on the other side. You can see what I'm talking about there. We've thrown down a zillion missile eaters over there. There is some fire on the ground. That's fine. Forts are going to get levels off of the leveled sledge, or the leveled storms, I think. That's handy. Get a lot of experience there. Abyss goes down again. Where were the wraiths? I was expecting wraiths. Anybody? Did anybody see a wraith? We're gonna steadily add things to this board. I know he saw the storm. I saw the storms. I'm kind of joking about the wraith. Like you on the line. Like you on the line. And again, that's just eating deploys, or eating missiles, putting the fire down on the line. Debating scanning radar here. There's the smoke. I knew the smoke was coming. The other possibility was barrier to protect the smoke. levels out here. This gets its level. That is a little bit worrisome. $128. Easy, it's time. I think it's time. That's a thing, right? We have frozen one in place. That's fun. We've also got them kind of working on the wrong things. Our units that got stuck in the smoke have the photon. They aren't dying as easily. Our melters have gotten the lots that they need. I think we sell out of the Phoenix now. Oops, maybe not. Rutrose. We just not have enough left. We have no chaff left. I think that is a GG's for Louie. Well played, sir. Well played indeed. Somebody did bet one on Louie, and that has paid out. So, congratulations to whoever that was. This fog, yeah, the fog. So the mistake in that game was taking the scanning radar. I should have. We go back to that round, right? We go back to that round here. That is penultimate round, right? Just go there. I think it was this one. Probably just boom boom. Something like so. I think I put down the fire. I put down the 2 crawlers up front in the real version of this round. So instead we're going to throw down extra shielding. Now, we don't really want to pack the shields super tight together because of the way that the bar overlaps anyways. Alms for the poor and rockless, exactly. I'll build it back up. I think you will. Let's just see. So that we just this time we wind up blocking the oil, we wind up blocking the smoke. Oh, you went all in on ARP. Okay. I see. So Bimpy has your rocks, is what you're saying. So yeah, blocking the smoke made a huge difference that round. We do wind up winning the round without the smoke. And that'll be... So yeah, that was the mistake there. It was a great tourney. Okay, we don't even win the round, but, you know, like, we don't have the smoke on the ground. We didn't hemorrhage a whole bunch of hit points and wind up on 198 that time out. So that is our piece there. I'm going to check in with Kiddo. We're going to run a longer than normal ad to check in with Kiddo and get ourselves right back for... Why is... Okay. That was so confusing. Yeah, we're going to run an ad. We'll be right back with... I'll make sure we have that Kiddo ate lunch and all of that stuff. Be right back. Last Zyle, thank you very much for the follow. Alright, chat. It was Kiddo's turn to throw me out. No, I'm trying to concentrate on my game. Like Daddy, like Kiddo. Let's go. Sledge wasp only tourney. We are going to face a down bad potato. Sounds like Kiddo is growing up correctly. Exactly. I suspect the game is Dandy's World, so I told them that the house rule is no die. Where are we at? I'm thinking these two. Let's have some speed. Get them to play some proper games. Exactly. Have Kiddo start their Dark Souls arc. Okay. Absolutely. Love it. New Shack says, I never really faced Sledge Carry when they were at their full power, but when I see them pretend to be carries, I buy Scorpions. We just had this argument last night, actually. After Titan's tournament, a couple of us were sitting there chatting, but, it's funny because Whoop to GG, who is the probably protagonist, if you will, for Scorpions, and I both agreed that Scorpions don't counter sledges. My Titan was like, yeah, you guys are crazy. Heresy says blood. Exactly. But, it is something that you can debate all the way up to the 2000 MMR level and get differing opinions. The line that I give Titan is, when I am in my Sledge Carry game, I am... Yeah, we did. We actually, literally, 4 different players, 4 different views on this topic, so it's not even just a yes-no. You've defeated Steel Sane's Sledge Carry with Scorpions, okay? Steel Sane didn't run the full Apuchi build, though, right? Alright. Oh, hey, this is what we wanted anyways. We were gonna take 3 of them. Instead, I will take 5 of them, that's fine. Do I take 5 of them? Do I take 4 of them? Take 4 of them in a level. This guy won the round last round, right? Just take some levels on these guys. Yeah, any battle depends on winning the chaff war. So unit versus unit is... Yes. Whoops. The dichotomy of the Sledgehammer player and the guy who loves the Scorpions teaming up to argue on behalf of Sledgehammers is hilarious, right? Like... It just says everything you need to know about how crazy those matchups can get. That was a very nice pull my opponent pulled on that corner. That was A tier, S tier even pull over here to get the Farseer in on that tower. In retrospect, whooped, I actually wished that I had kept recording and just recorded right through that conversation, even though we have stopped streaming but kept recording. Would have been kind of cool for a little bit of back behind the scenes on that one. I think people, Mech Podcast, I think people would have actually really enjoyed the content there. And it didn't even occur to me. Like, we were just having fun and riffing, you know? You are going to be this far ahead. You just won a round hard. A blood. I'm going to agree with that one. The Scorpion line has to get a very early Scorpion out, or... Yeah, no, everybody's in such a good mood after that tournament, and like to be able to just each have our points. Yeah, it's exactly right. What you're saying is spot on. Missile exactly where we wanted it. It's only going to work once. Rhino on the correct side that didn't draw crawlers, but drew some of them. We get that early tower take. We've got plenty of units doing work on, for example, the Fire Badgers. Those are Fire Badgers with an item. It's nice. Not gonna lie, it's good. Yes, hounds do turn individually. The 5 is not a group, so we've got like 3, 3, 2, 4. So that's why we've had some. That's why those offsets in different positions for different different groups get them turning in different directions. Do love my ion beam. Fought for it. You guys do 47? Right through that guy, right through the new tarantula that we didn't even get to see. Right into that tarantula. That is exactly where I wanted that. That went really well. We were each at 3,600 or so. We're going to win this round pretty solidly. Tower timing notwithstanding. Yeah, so CFT, I'm going to suggest what Titan has been doing is healing. So you might just replace that for healing and have the ability to throw out heals early, right? What is our win condition right now? Game. He's gone for efficient light. We've gone for improved overlord. We've got it unlocked. We can throw out 2 of them. Range and splash now. He should spider mine them, right? Spider mine angle for sure. You sold. One. Don't mind this one, right? Against a lot. Three. Missiles are for that pack of crawlers, that pack of crawlers. Opponent has prepped for the overlords because he sees that in my drops. He has not prepped for the hackers in any way. And we've got great shaft clear with our mini hound right now. Ranged and teched. We get the tower debuff. We've got a... Oh, hack that guy so we can get the anti-air. Sure, let's go. that's our round. 2,300 to 25, 23, 2,300 apiece. Let's go. That's cute. So, we have improved battleship. Improved, don't drop the Rhino through the battleship. Don't do that. Let us, pull as much as we can up this way, I think. Tell you. At the improved battleship call in to get the tower. Rhino gets the other tower. Everybody's getting their work done out there for the perspective of the hackers. Bubbles are down. Things are hacked. Hacker improved boat is a comp, right? Hacker improved boat hound? Actually, Hacker Hound is solid, right? Very solid. Now we go for our finish, which is basically going to be a line right through you guys. Actually, let's do this the other way around. Line right through you guys. You can see where those end up. It is triple teched Tarantula now. We have been planning madness with that quite a while. I need you in the bottom corner in case there's something there. I feel like we just drop you so that these guys didn't move right away. I kind of want the... Hold on a minute. I kind of want the Phoenix to move right away, so we'll just let you go out back. You can have a thing. Two crawler into that helps. That. We want that and that. We are going for knockout right now. He's got a level 2 crawler on his back line. That is handy for him. The ion beam right through the Phoenix, right through the Tarantulas. That's gonna hurt. It did most of the work on the shields for the Typhoons, which is why we started over there. To make sure that hit. The reproducing crawlers have taken the far side tower. It is a disaster for Down Bad Potato. And I think that is our game. Here we goes. Zerg, indeed. We gave Down Bad Potato a different problem every single round of that, right? Like, that just felt good. And I wonder if you guys noticed this is something I needed to be doing earlier. Did you hear me stop and ask what was my win condition? Like, okay, I've got a starting board built. Oh, how am I going to win this? And we have quietly taken a bunch of spells. We managed to combo Improved Overlord with a mobilized battleship, which I was particularly happy with. That is one of my favorite combo little things, and to have that kind of be a surprise because, yeah, he knows it's there intellectually, but you don't understand just how good that's going to be. Exactly, right? I love that. That's a great one. Disoriented Fox. Whose is that? Barb? That's cool. You can give them a shout out if you want. I think I have shout out working for you. So let's see what our MMRs was for that. Let us regain 23. I think that puts us positive for the day at 1776. No, we're down 3. Okay. You hate hackers. I not like them because I never know if I can counter them. Okay. So Shaq. How to describe this? Wait, hold on. I need to check a couple of things. Season to date is old. Okay, so I have to fix this first. So season to date gets the 4-1 in that 1779. Where is Nightbot? Ah, it's got too many windows. Help! Somebody send help. I'm drowning in windows. Okay. Quick, somebody, what's 148 divided by 281? God, other streamers have useful chats. I gotta do everything myself. 52.7. All right, that is a nice little winning percentage there. That was up 65, so that gets us to plus 274. And we were on like a decent win streak, win 4, right? But we lost that streak at the start of the day. That's okay. Okay. There we go. Season to date, perfect. That gives us a set record of 148 divided by 281, 52.7. Well, 0.5266 technically, but I'm mostly teasing. I had that one I had to do by calculator. I did not expect you guys to be able to answer it quick. 1776 minus 3, win 1. There we go. Okay, we're back. We're back. Why didn't I run the ad during that stuff? Well, that was silly, Amarok. Last Xyle, I don't know if you heard. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Edit stream info. Batter between tourneys. On itter. No, ladder. On ladder between tournaments. Just a reminder for our Americans. We gotta remember. Mama. Yeah, 0.53. Good enough. 1663. Mama's Day is tomorrow. So, Kiddo will be off with Mama on Mama's Day. Surprise that. Don't forget to pick up your flowers or whatever it is today that you might be doing, or your note, or your card. Whatever the heck it might be that you're doing for your mom. Make sure to get that done. This would probably be the perfect time for it. It's between tournaments. You're not going to miss much. Trust me, just do it. Okay, training spec I love, and I have been losing it. Puppers! Ikamo. welcome back to those of you that see the as-is things. You guys have a channel point predictions up for Amarok against the very cute Popper. That is an adorable pup. Does Doxin know about this account? Is this a Doxin alt? No, that's far too... It's far too tall to be a Doxin alt, right? Let us not scare him into thinking that we are thinking about flying. We are definitely thinking about flying next round. Yep, we're definitely flying next round. Zero question about it. We don't want to lose 2 rounds this way. I knew he was going to be on one side or the other, but you can't really just, you know. Of course, asymmetrical aggro is one of my favorite things to defend. I have a winning record against it, according to the stats tracker thingy. Stats tracker thingy-mabob, go! Don't aggro Amarok. Which is funny, because I used to play so much aggro. I used to play so much asymmetrical aggro. I also want, like, lifetime... I want this thing to backdate. I want to know every match I've ever done. Oh my god. Those are... Okay, we were flying. We don't want to... We don't want to not. We want this. We do want this. We want that. Okay, now we have the Wraith drop covered. The Wraith defensiveness covered. We need you to... this is part of that training from Titan, where we're going to start thinking about hounds as both my early chaff and my late game chaff clear. Let's... And if he's going to level 1, it would be this one. He wouldn't level this one this turn. We're going to do our Rhino drop on that side. Hopefully, a Phoenix is enough. What is that mobile beacon, sir? That is a way to stop. That is a nice beacon. Luckily, it's a great defensive beacon, but it does not shoot up. So, we are going to win round on flying. I know, the stats should have little asterisks and say stuff like, Oil was on tower and as a card, FL here. Like, I mean, I literally think the tool is just going to be amazing when it's all the way to, like, you know, here are the stats for different seasons, here are the stats for different, you know, like, so you'll literally be able to look at, like, yeah, this was the season that I, you know, this season's change affected my breakpoints blank, you know, my sledge starts were great in season 3, but they were terrible in season 4, you know, whatever it is. I just love the idea there. It's such a cool mobile beacon from him in defense, and you know, we have wonded our round. This is one of the silliest mobile beacons you're going to see. We are actually going to steal some of our chaff and some of our stormcallers. I'm assuming there should be a orbital over here, and we're going to run away from it. Well, that's also interesting. He's gonna get that tower, but it's gonna come way after all the crawler fights are done. He should win the air war here, because he's got... we have a kind of a bizarre... Our Phoenix are over here. He's got both towers now. Oh no. No. These things are gonna be rough. Okay, interesting. We might Wraith this, yes. Yes, we might. Wraith over Carry Crawler is good fun. We do get Typhoon for free, or Mustang. Woodness. I mean, assume the man is smart enough to jump drive? Alright, Farside Storms get the round win. 27.95, Akimo's at 49.83. We've got a level. A nice little level there. Ooh. What's this storm, huh? Eh. I guess we got it to shoot its first volley at this thing. That's funny. Acid Blast go dare. Sting go dare. You guys get ranges. And it should be off that front line. This, right? He's going to... Well, he's... Hey chat, opponent is playing Worm Wasp, but they have just sold out of the wasps. I'm so confused. It is elite sandworms. Double elite worm. They don't even run armor, so they're not going to, like, shut these guys down. The barrier covered the acid right here. You can see where it was when the acid landed. But yeah, that looked like a weird interaction. I thought the barrier should have covered it a little further up. Okay, we've lost to some worms for a turn. It's fine. What could possibly go wrong here? Just gonna have you guys. Perfect. We floated a ton. We're planning on losing this by about 1,000 hit points and being able to throw out... I mean, maybe not even that, right? Because if we get a tower debuff and have opponent in an acid, that is going to be very painful for the worms. The extra crawlers were to keep the worms on the surface. The worms go down. Man, even the rhino goes down. Okay. So, in theory, that round was supposed to go lose by about 1,000. I failed to lose. I didn't. Alright, I don't know how to deal with worms. Are you ready? Are you ready for dealing with worm? Man, dude, I can mobilize battleship again. 1900. 1900, sell that. So that'll be 21, 18. Nope. You are the right choice. There is our worm answer. Go ahead, sir. Good luck with that. Just in case he's trying some kind of weird. Yeah, that's nice. Next round, it'll probably be another War Factory on this side. But this is just going to delete those worms. Full stop. opponent has nothing that is going to answer that at all, like on his board. As long as we have some wasps, anti-wasp survive, we should be fine. We're actually spending the round in the oil. That's also fine. Don't care. Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth with a war factory. And what are we selling? Scorpion? Scorpion funds. Another one. Hello, everybody. By the way, we saved it for this round just in case there was an EMP drop. There wasn't. Could EMP from here, right? So we are going to do our photon emission this round. Temp, range, temp, speed. Need anything else? Keep worm on the surface, right? Keep that worm on the surface with this, and make sure we don't get insta-locks. Okay. I mean, he's gone for double melter, sure. Does he get the insta-lock left? He did. That's a pretty good lock, not gonna lie. Mex Mike Tyson. Gotta hit him with it, exactly. And 7 hit points left for Akimau. I guess worm... Yeah, they kind of do, don't they? Oh, look at that. EMP, huh? And I just spent my darn photon. That's okay. It really, really is. We do have EMP blasts covered. What else are we doing here? Do we actually not want to drop the oil? I think we don't want to drop the oil, right? Oil, acid, even. You know what? Level 2 War Factory just deleted a level 1 melter that had a lock and did it over here as well. That is why you launcher overload and recruit them at level 2, not level 1. Melta versus Factory. Melta can't kill it fast enough unless there's acid on the ground. So there is your worm answer. Dachshund was a bad influence on me. That is, yes, that's true. Dachshund won a pair with that on the tournament last night. Doubled up on that against Roxas. So, yep, War Factory Madness for the dub. Streamer victorious. You need not to melt that. Scorpions are better. Exactly, New Shack. I completely agree, but not everybody knows that. Not everybody plays it correctly. Scorpions were going to cause him a problem because we've got like a 4 chaff wave crawlers coming out. That was also working to keep the sandworms on the surface. The sandworms never got to go under. Like, you notice this guy never got out of the acid. Like, they did not go anywhere. Blue Abyss might have done it here, but that was part of why we're in Marksman as well as in so heavily into the Mustang. So. Final score looks a lot worse than it was at negative 2844, just because that last round was kind of rough. Up, pun intended. Nope, that was not down bad potato. We just faced Akimo. There was actually a chemo on my street when I was growing up. That'll geolocate me. Somebody find a street that had a chemo on it when they were growing. When I would have been a youth, and you might be able to find me. Well, where I was then. Doesn't help you now, does it? Never mind. Alright, Diamond 2, that's a new thing. Oh, Arctorius, by the way, my strongest defeated opponent. I'd actually love to know Titans after that. Wait, what is this thing? It's a missile. Love it. What the heck? Loop-de-loops. Loop-de-loops with the missile. So goofy. So goofy. Oh, we're at 12,900. We can afford the Blaze. Got the Blaze Fang now. Let's go. I don't really have FOMO about any of these. Your brain keeps thinking you're timed out loading? Oh no. Because of my stream? Right, so welcome back to those of you that see ad. We back. No, that frame. Oh, Rooster uses it. I see. We're facing Drogoth, not to be confused with Dorgon. 1762. He stands between us and an 1800 rating. Hound trains? Trained hounds? Trained hounds. Okay. So, I have made mistakes in this. This is why. Okay, training specialist is one of my weakest. And again, I've probably been doing things like training the sledges so that it costs 100. Instead of, getting yourself a level 2 hound right off the rip. Let's just make him chew through sledges one at a time, shall we? Okay. Oh, here he is. Front and center. Yeah, a blue mark into the sabers would have probably been good. I was thinking the blue dog, but blue mark was probably the more traditional choice. Blue dog gets a round win on the left. Hold a moment. What? Yeah, it has, actually. I put it on 3 games ago. Okay, I put the oven on. Probably. You know what? I had a really good round. They're just gonna keep running them. Right now. Running our smart hounds. Gun. Imagine if those sabers had repair. Yeah, that would hurt. But they have pin gun instead. What I am noticing is that he's still got no chaff in front of those. He is a saber-tooth specialist, so this didn't cost him that much. $4,400 to $4,500 here. Ooh, I like the wasp. Look how closely packed it. Almost. We can pull them all free into that. Done the math right. Oh. Come on over. All three, yep. All 3 of you just drive right into that. Baby. Thank you. That'll do. $4,420 becomes $4,120. Blue Abyss on this one is going to be pretty rude, isn't it? not what you're used to seeing from me. I have run this pretty frequently. Idea is we're just going to get them all stuck in the oil, make sure nothing comes past them, let the marksmen get their locks. But, okay, you've gone for your own Phantom Rays. I've missiled out mine. But again, marksmen are getting their double tap locks on those. That's going to be a zillion XP. Opponent stuck in the oil. Brother. That's gonna hurt, isn't it? Ranged Fang now. Okay. Fang ducks to completely avoid damage. It is a pretty good block for him on the shield. We've made it expensive for him. We'll have that. We'll have ours back next time. He won't. The Fangs with range are going to hang out behind the double taps. These guys anyways. What are your full set of Fang techs? Include Ignite, Mech Rage, etc. Okay, it's fine. No armor on the Rays. Alright, sorry about the thought there. We had Kiddo chatting with us as well. Now, the Fangs really can't chaff for the Sabers. The Sabers can't really chaff for the Fangs. I think we're in very good shape now. These guys can't armor against the Mustangs. Level 4 Fang with item on it is going to feed levels out to the Mustangs, hopefully. I mean, no, it's just going to have a great round. Okay, never mind. It's still solid. Alright, opponent takes Raiden. That turns out very lucky for us because we've just sold out of the we sold out of one of the oil generators. We are still farming XP for Mustangs. Marksman might want range, I think, to solve that one. When will it burn? I wasn't intending to make it burn. The oil? You guys thought the oil was for burning, huh? Goose, a Canadian goose, definitely 1v1s a Vulcan and wins. Yeah. does feel like we are kind of hitting this on all cylinders right now. Definitely shields that, right? That's where we're gonna play. Hold up. Are you kidding me? How to do this? Oh yeah! That is how you bring a shield down, team. Yeah. Ow. So close. So close to a finish. But I think it'll be fine. I don't think there's an out for opponent from here. That one felt really good, guys. Alright. He sold one, but did he drop the boat? Or no, he didn't quite drop the boat into it. Replicate geese? No! Drogoth tries to, great set of lines. Yeah. Justified. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. He was causing problems all over my board all game long. At the end, we stabilized and turned that into a pretty solid win. It looks a lot less close than it was. He certainly made me work for that one. Drogoth, very nicely done. Okay, I owe Kiddo a couple of minutes of dad time. So we are going to be taking... I'll probably be taking a bit of an AFK, put up a different match, no commentary. I do apologize for that in advance, but you know, it is what it is. And that did get us 19 and put us at 1809. So let's go. Broke 1800. Time to go celebrate. Where are you gonna go next? Probably to a tournament tonight. Feeling good. Feeling good. Disneyland? Yes, Rider Live. Are you on ladder or anything? Can like, are you still streaming? You're probably done streaming, right? Yeah, you're off. Okay. Problem of Carry Fangs. They are still very fragile and can be countered by everything. They have a whole bunch of things they can be countered by. He was not in the best shield for them. You don't stream your mecha. Uh-oh. Keeping it all secret and hidden, huh? Keeping it all secret and hidden. Okay, what I would love is actually to have a Forgotten Arbiter match on, but I'd love to pick him up from round 1. We'll see if he can finish this out quickly enough that I can do that. He's on 18-7. This is, I'm going to walk away for a sec. Let's, but I will be right back for this one. And we might just wind up putting on a 1v1. Of course, 104 America's Tournament Champion means that Arbiter and Sacco beat Arctorius and Alpha Titan at the end of that one. So, lots of fun there. Alright, gang. I'll be back in a bit. Oh, this is GG. Perfect. So maybe we'll pick up the next Forgotten Arbiter match on ladder if he's still playing. Looks like this is a win for him. I feel like the sledges are in great shape. The forts are in great shape. Level 2 hounds with range. Abyss is a Hail Mary. A bit of one. Look at Arbiter with the reed, though. Are these AA'd just this round? Or was there, like, Wasp earlier? Shoot. Did he just cold read the Abyss and AA the Wasps? Because this is the one thing that can beat me. I have his air right now. Oh, no, it's AA Wasp. Okay, no, the AA's for the Phoenix, right? Okay. The AA's for the Phoenix. Keep them a little bit further back. Beat the Phoenix. Okay, that makes more sense. It just happens to go straight into the Abyss. 2. Tower. Tower doesn't love it. Tower's gonna go down. Abyss. Oh, man. Other tower goes down. Abyss has never done anything. The hackers are down. The level 2 forts don't really care about the Abysses. Abyssinians, right? Wait, that's a cat. And the AA Wasps get it done. So, Arbiter with the win. We'll catch him on the next ladder match if he goes another one. 2330 MMR already halfway through this season. Very, very sweet. Arbiter. Somebody queue into Arbiter, please. I need, like, somebody good. Down bad potato facing aggro. Coldfire versus Vibe. That's about my level. Mephisto against Zuyans. Got off Illuminati. Ooh, B-Man and Panda just started. Alright, let's go for you can see how long this is taking to load 150 followers. I literally get the Mechabellum is not responding, wait for program to respond screen. We'll do Panda and B-Man instead of waiting for Arbiter. I will be back, guys, but this is going to be a couple of minutes. I've got to throw dinner. I've got to do a bit of dinner prep that I didn't do. Get dinner in an oven and chat with Kiddo. So we will be back. that was probably not the best match to have given you guys. Hello, thank you for the raid, little Lexi. Appreciate it. Streamer currently occupied. Split into groups of 4 and 5 to discuss the importance of Buddy Dharma coming from the west. It's originally asked by Lonya in about 900. Wait, what? Okay, well, thank you very much for the raid, little Lexi. I'm sorry that I was not present for it. We had taken a quick break to give Kiddo a bit of direction on where their room needs to be. So speaking with Kiddo tonight, they were like, yeah, I'm gonna be with Mom tomorrow. I'd like to do a bit of dad and kid time tonight. So we're probably gonna skip the Americas tournament, which is coming up in about 18 minutes. So let me give a quick shout out. So anybody who is 100% in for that, you are probably going to want to just pivot over. I would suggest pivoting over to potentially a Poochie, or pivoting over to a Vibe, depending on which of the two you prefer as a streamer or caster. I'm probably going to play one more on ladder, which will run past the start of tournament. Okay, so and then I will raid over to one of those two. Oh, I hope you had a wonderful stream, little Lexi. I really appreciate the back-to-back raids this weekend. We had a super fun tournament casting last night that was just epic. It was so fun. Okay, we're gonna face Pei at 1823. Hopefully I can go out on a win here tonight. We broke 1800, by the way, Lexi and fans. So sitting at current MMR of 1809 on a bit of a winning streak. I've definitely credit the coaching a bit. Also just felt like I was playing really well today and yesterday. Oh. 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 Really didn't know which of those packs I wanted, so I took the Steel Ball with Missile Spec because one of my notes to myself is Missile Spec and Fortified Spec are two of my best 4, so we're gonna just take that. Unlike, so you guys know I used to love coming out front and center with Steel Balls. In the current meta, I'm actually finding a decent amount of success with Steel Ball from deep. And I've seen a whole bunch of the other top players running this right now. Not other top players, right? Don't necessarily count myself among them. But what we're going to wind up doing is essentially trying to run aggro from deep here with Hounds as one of our early units. Luckily, the streamer has returned and is sending killer robots all over the field, so we don't have to do any more thinking. Fair enough. One deep arc light, and if my Steel Balls were on that side, we'd have had a good time, but opponent came out with vertical sledges. You always get a little bit frustrated when you run your sledges vertically because opponent is in Steel Balls, and then it turns out that they are not attacking. Thank goodness, my head was hurting. Yeah, Thonix, we got back up to the 18s. No, I just answered that, but I talked with Kiddo. I'm gonna focus family time with Kiddo tonight, and obviously they get mama time tomorrow. Just want to point out real quick, if you are playing Tourney, if you're planning on playing Tourney tonight, there is your official Amarok stream warning. Tourney Reg is officially open. Saber. You know what? You know what I have not done? I have never played Improved Saber. Now, this has gotta be missile bait, right? Gotta be missile, right? Surely that was I think these come in order. I really want to know if this comes in enough order. I've never tried this. We are just trying things this game. This is fair. I think to you. I didn't even notice. Oh my god, I was reading the chat so much I didn't even notice. Did I hit these things? I did. I hit it, right? I hit it! Okay, that's cool to know. So, the 35... 75... sorry, the 35 from the thingy hits just before the 3000 from that thingy. And with a sentry missile, you can bring stuff down. I love it. That is so silly. You guys. You guys also... pop into that with this guy. Oh. have improved saber, so we've got rapid shot on that thing. This is fine. We can put a saber down there. I don't really mind having a saber down there. Will our Farseer get the job done down there? So close. Do the Fangs finish it? The Fangs finish! Holy smokes! You just saw level 1 Fangs kill level 2 Tarantula, guys. There we go. Let's go. Tourney Reg still open. You've got about 8 minutes left if you are thinking about playing. 8 minutes. Look at our range go. We've gone with a ranged improved saber, ranged hound. Those things, yes. Do you think that do you think we should? Are you sure we should promote them? Oh my god, we can have extended range sledge next to improved. I want to do it. I want to do it. Why am I so silly, guys? Why am I so silly? Somebody help. Somebody send help. Fully approve of you being over there, sir. But, we'll let them just do their work from here. Wasp gets towers. Melt those big shield bubbles. Love it. Love it. Let's go. This poor guy has done nothing. Well, no, he's actually done 8,000 damage this round. I thought you were going to do nothing, sir, but you did not. You did real things. Opponent has extended range with their sledges. They are going to be trying the ER sledge game. Let's go, buddy. What your ER sledges aren't gonna do. Never. Ever. Breaking a shield. Are they? Ha! Straight on it, huh? Left side tower down. Fort doing forty things. Opponent stuck the wrong side of the oil still. That's going worse and worse for him over there. I think the Sabres do field next. Yeah, I think it's field maintenance for the Sabres. Maybe not. Maybe it's just shield bubble for the... Because he can ER... Well, we don't even know what he's running there. You get that forever. They did 148, huh? Okay, we get rid of yous now. Is that a marksman down there? Okay. That was the very confused Amarok. Okay. This can split up. But you added sledge there, huh? Okay. Hey, Thonix, I did it again. Did it again. We've got a single tech on a single unit. Tourney in 2 minutes, folks. 2 minutes. If you are thinking of... If you are here for tournament, following, etc., you might want to switch on over to Apuchi. I'm going to finish out this match, and then probably raid to Apuchi. The sledges have slowly brought down the fort bubble, it is true. Something happened on this flank. What happened on this flank? Did he get some sledges in behind all the other units? He did. That's mean. He's gonna win this round. Right. And Wait, is it assault mode? It's assault mode marksman. I love it. Let's go. Okay, that's fun. You're not. More? Sledge is just almost eye to that, right? Alright, good luck in tourney, everybody. Your tourney is up. If you didn't register, you have missed it. It is started without you. We are having a lot of fun with our big booming sabers in behind some forts. It's good fun. I think it's gonna win right now. does. GG. Just signed up for my first ever tournament and received my first ever buy. Justin Evans, welcome to the club. Look, just so you know, I have never lost to buy, okay? Oh, well done, well done. I'm glad you kept up the streak there. Get the W. We faced a whole bunch of aggressive asymmetricals this evening. We shrugged off all of them. It didn't really seem to matter to us what opponents chose to do. We just beat it, whatever it was. And this, by the way, this is the first time I've ever played Improved Sabretooth, so we are now 1-0 with Imp Saber. Rocking it. Let's go. Plus 21. That'll finish my night out at, I am too, actually. Very surprised. I'm going to finish my night out at 4-1, 1830, plus 54 more. I mean, you know, the coaching session with Capucci is pretty, or not Capucci, with Alpha Titan is pretty darn visible in terms of trending. It unfortunately my chart only goes back 47 games right now, but it no longer shows quite so vividly. But it was pretty spectacular, getting up from 1550 when he gave me the coaching up to this 1830 level, which, I mean, honestly, I feel more like this is where I belong, but performance wasn't showing it. So yeah. Okay, I'm gonna say GG's, guys. If we're going to raid you all out to Apucci, who is going into round 2 against DT Bizarro. You can see right here, it is not actually 4,000 to 4,000. The score is 4,200 to 4,400. Thank you guys very much for being here, and as always, a huge set of thank yous to our sponsors, including Toast94 right there, Blue Feral, Just Nash XYZ, Fab4200, Mike Tyson, Ocelotus Gaming, Mr. John Thursday, Salt Monkey is Zach. Really appreciate you guys. Mods included tonight. We had Zach, we had Zalix, we had a Cody, we've had a Tab, we had an Alpha Titan, we had a Whoops GG, we had a Ghoster Supreme, and we had a Jerry Hat Trick. Decaf and Cat Samu are the emeritus ones who didn't drop by today. But appreciate you guys. Off we go to Apucci. Good night, and thank you, everybody.